Tēnei tuku atu ana I te kōrero, te kupu, ki roto I tō tātou whare. Te arai haere ai tātou I te roanga o tēnei wiki, ngā kōrero nunui, whānui, tike tike, tēnei kua rangona e ngā pau o te whare nei, o tira te hunga e mātaki ana mai waho. I te roanga o tēnei noho kua kite ia nei whakāhua I kō I mua I ngā kai kōrero, nai nei rārangi kai kōrero mai I tērā tā, rārangi anō ko ngā aitua I mua I a mātou. Nō reira, mātaki mai nei te ao o mua, ki te ao o nāia nei, ana e aro atu ana ki te ao e heke mai ana. Tēnā tātou. Ko te mihi whakaaro nui ki a koe e koro, e te pau o tēnei rōpū I te timatanga rawa, tai hākure, tēnā mihi ana ki tō kanohi, ki tō wairua, ki tō Māori, ki roto I te whare I tēnei rangi. Kia rongo I te mana, I te Māori o Wahine, I tēnei rangi e tirohia ana. Nō reira, e tae mai ai I roto I te herenga waka, e here mai nei ngā kōrero, mai mua, I te wā, I timata rā I a koe, ki nāia nei e aro atu ana ki tēnei ruku tātari ki mana Wahine, tēnā koe, tēnā koutou katoa. Ngā kai kōrero I ngā rā o mua, o tira ngā roia, e tau mai ana I roto I a tātou kōrero, tēnā tātou. Ko te rangi whakamutunga tēnei, ka waiho te e ki ko ngā kōrero hohonu ki te rao ngā pai. Engari mua I te tuku ki ngā kōrero, ka tono atu ki te kai whakarite, te kai whakarite, pāwhaka wairua nei I tō tātou rā, ka tuku atu ngā kupu ki te arawhata ki runga. Tēnā koe, ka tuku atu.
Hei noi tātou. Tuku atu airua ki e rere ki ngā taumata, hai arahi a tātou mahi, me tā tātou whai, I ngā tikanga a rātou mā. Kia mau, kia ita, kia kore ai, engaro, kia pūpiri, kia whakamaua, kia tīna, haumi e, hui e.
Ata Māori e tātou, nau mai ki rā tua whā, te rā whakamutunga o tēnei nohonga. So welcome everybody. We're going to commence this morning with our panel. But I just want to check with Council how you got on with your video in terms of the order that was issued last night. Can we have an update on that? Oh, Ms. Chestnut.
Tēnā koe, ma'am. Per your directions, the documents, the order, the application and the memorandum have been provided to the Senior Legal Counsel at TVNZ. Just one point of clarification in terms of the process that led us to filing that application. To clarify, we were informed after a number of days, despite informing TVNZ that this is a commission of inquiry, that nonetheless the production order was required in order for it to play. As Ms. Arapere alluded to yesterday in her submissions, the League is representative of 3,000 members, many of whom will be watching the live stream link. For that reason, it was absolutely integral to the President's presentation that the video and the audio, which will be played this morning, is available to those who are streaming in online. The audio, of course, was easily provided with the requisite clearances to play and not be an issue. So I thought it would be helpful for Your Honour to hear the context for why we ended up where we ended up yesterday, and acknowledge Your Honour's late working last night to produce that document, but it has now been sent to TVNZ care of the appropriate person there.
So it's available. It will be available for you to play at the appropriate time.
I don't foresee any issues with that, okay. Ma'am. Thank you.
Well, in terms of the live stream, we are prepared for that, in terms of the requisite notification that needs to be put up on our live stream.
Thank you, ma'am. Appreciate that.
All right. Well, me haere tonu.
Thank you, ma'am. With your leave, if I can remain seated, the intention this morning is it will be an interactive question answering presentation for the Presidents, and mindful that our mare kura are sitting, it would be, in my view, appropriate that I also sit to lead them through this portion. Thank you, Mum. Thank you. Tēnā rau atu koutou katoa. First, I would like to commence with some short opening remarks on behalf of the Māori Women's Welfare League, Mum. There is a PowerPoint that I have provided to the registrar, so perhaps if that could be shown on the screen at this stage. I don't have the clicker remote, so. And if you could remove it to the next slide, thank you. First, Mum, to commence us this morning, we acknowledge the past presidents of the League, who you can see in the photo there, along with two of the patrons of the League. These are, sorry, I note there's a black line through the middle, so. Thank you. As said, we acknowledge the past presidents who are no longer with us, the Wahine toa, who in their time were pioneers and champions for Wahine Māori. We have Dame Whina Cooper, Miria Logan, Mata Hirini, Rui Hasage, Miria Karoria, Hine Pōtaka, Kahurangi Miraka Sazi, Tākuta Iri Hapati Murchi, Violet Poe, Mariah Te Kawa, Kahurangi Aroha Bililisi Crofts, Jackie Tikani, Linda Grinnell, Megan Joe, Kataraina Ka O'Brien. We also acknowledge the past patrons of the League, Te Ariki Te Puia Hirangi and Te Ariki Nui Kahurangi Te Atairangi Kahu. We also acknowledge all members and supporters of the League, including the current patron, Te Mākau Ariki Atawhai Paki. In particular, to those members who cannot be present at Tinana today and who are watching the live stream online. If you can change the slide, please. Thank you. We are very privileged to have present before the tribunal today past and current national presidents of the League, who together represent over 3 decades of leadership of Te Rōpū Wahine Tuku i Tōra. They are Dame Areta Kōpū, Drewis Barrett, Prue Kapua, and Dr. Hope Tupara. We also acknowledge Katarina Kitty Bennett, National President of the League from 2002 to 2005, who was unable to join us this week due to illness. E te whaia e Katarina kia piki te ora, piki te kaha. Kei te tihi o a mātou whakaro koe i tēnei wā. These wahine are also the trustees of the Māori Women's Development Inc., established in 1987 to promote economic development and financial independence for wahine Māori and their whānau. The League is one of the oldest national Māori women's organisations, which has endured due to the dedication, the skill, the determination, courage and intergenerational commitment of its members to the League's kaupapa. Its members span all backgrounds, skill and expertise. They are young and they are old. They are members of their various whānau, hapu and iwi. They are united by a common cause and commitment to the League's objectives. Notwithstanding that the Crown has under-resourced, has sidelined, used, underestimated, attempted to constrain, barely tolerated, and not listened to the League, it has been at the forefront of developments in the Māori world for almost 75 years. The joint brief of evidence that the presidents have filed is document appellation number C2 and C2A as the appendices. The tribunal has yesterday heard the evidence from Dr. Aroha Harris about her research on the League's establishment and interactions with the state. This brief today speaks to the League as an organisation and provides a perspective from within the League of their experiences during their respective presidencies, Noting, of course, that Dame Areta Kopu was president of the League when the Y381 claim was filed. We consider the League provides a case study of the Crown's failures to satisfy its te tiriti obligations owed to wahine Māori and to all Māori in respect of the guarantee of tino rangatiratanga. Before I introduce each president individually and lead evidence on their respective experiences, I'd like to start us here, which is the following slide, if we could change it.
My memories of you and memories of those memories.
Sorry, before that starts, if it could be rewound, but I want to introduce what this is. This is Dame Mirazazi speaking. Dame Mirazazi, of course, the former president of the League, a staunch advocate for wahine Māori, including the women who are the League, who was not appointed, of course, in 1993 to the Fisheries Commission. The clip that we are about to play is an audio of Dame Mira speaking at the 1990 Ōtepoti Regional Hui for MWWL. It is overlaid with a compilation of photographs representing a snapshot of who the women who form the League are, because they are more than our marae kura. They are everyday women, as we've said repeatedly. So if we could play the clip, that would be great. Thank you.
My memories of you and memories of those members of the organisation that really I've lived with almost for nearly 40 years. Memories of the women who have gone before and the women who carried this organisation in the past helped me a great deal to decide when I thought about them, and I thought of the work that they had done, and I thought of the role that I had played with them. That's the background of much of the work that I had done in the past. It was done within the Lees, within the Women YQ, within all the work that we have done as an organisation during the past 38, going on 39 years. So the most meaningful, or almost the most meaningful part of my life has had to do with the League and with the members of the League. All those experiences that we had as an organisation to form that part of my life, which I will never forget. And those members that started with this organisation seem to me to be always with me. So their memories of them and memories of what's going on still have helped to comfort me in my time of really examination, soul searching about the honour that has been bestowed upon me. So let me say to you, I'm very grateful, very, very grateful to the organisation, to those past members for what they have contributed and given me and allowed me to work with them throughout most of my life. So thank you. Through you, I thank them all. Nā reira tēnā koutou katoa.
I turn now to introduce our marae kura who form the panel today. Ko te kai kōrero o tuatahi, he rangatira no Ngāti Kōnohi o te aitanga o Hauiti, Ngāti Kahu Hoki, Kahurangi Areta Kopu. Dame Areta led the League as National President from 1993 to 1996. She has served as a social worker, a human rights commissioner, member of the Prime Minister's Review Committee, a member of the Waitangi Tribunal, and as a representative on international government delegations. As noted, Dame Areta was the president at the time the Y381 claim was filed. Tēnā koe, Dame Areta. Now, I have some questions for you, Dame Areta. Of course, Your Honour, stating the obvious, we are taking the brief as read this morning and speaking to particular points that the President's wish to address. Dame Areta, you noted in the brief of evidence that a comment about the League's motto, tātou tātou. Can you tell us what you say is unique about the League and its motto, tātou tātou?
I think that it was explained very clearly to us as young members at the time, and especially by Whina, Tātou had a meaning of everybody working together, everybody being together. And I think the other thing that it meant for me was that you always had to look behind to see who was coming. So tātou meant you did the work, but you never did it on your own. You did it with others included, and you always made sure that those that were watching, as Mira said, when you look at the membership, that somebody would be following behind. We always felt as if we were carrying a large rope, and you had to keep looking back to make sure other women were holding on to it so as that you could move over or move out of the way.
And in terms of your life and how you've lived to date, can you tell us about what the effect tātou has had on you?
I think that for my life in the League, using tātou as a motto that was silently in the background always for me, it was about bringing the area together. And when I worked in Waitangi, it was such a big area with so many branches, I wouldn't have had a family if I had to go out and visit every weekend. So what I did was I broke them into smaller clusters and said it would be cheaper because they could afford my petrol. And that way you were able to get to women in a group that could ask you. They always want to know the very personal questions of, what's it like to be the secretary? How do I ever become the chairperson? And the other thing was, nobody wanted to carry the money. Everybody was scared of being the treasurer. So what I used to say is, that's all right. You just be the treasurer and you watch where the pennies go. It's quite simple. You do it with your kitchen. You have your cookie jars on the windowsill. It's the same with the League book. You put your money in the jars, you know what it's being spent for. And you've got to always remember, it tain't yours and it tain't mine. So you only use it for the League.
Thank you, Dame Marita. In terms of the treatment of Dame Mira Sazi and leading to the filing of the Y381 claim, obviously that's of paramount significance in this inquiry. And you described in the brief of evidence at paragraph 52 the impact on Dame Mira when she was not appointed to the Fisheries Commission in 1993. Can you share for the tribunal what you observed in terms of that impact on her and Wahine Māori and the members of the League?
I think it had an immense impact on all of us, as we've heard over the week. But for me, when I looked at her when she got that message, it was almost as if a cloud came down, and she said very clearly to me, maybe I am too old. And I just felt a deep sense of sadness, because here was a woman who had given so much, could still give so much, and yet she suddenly felt, I felt like she was being pushed to the back. You've had your turn. And I didn't think that was anyone else's right to make, but the League had certainly backed her to be our leader up there. So when you put someone up to be your leader and then you're told they're not going to be your leader, I remember it being the day that I must have really put on my big girl pants, because in the doors poured all these young, beautiful women who wanted to say, this is not fair, this is not what we do, and we're going to talk about it, and we're going to take it to the Waitangi Tribunal. I hadn't been a president for very long, and that's why I say it really made me put my big girl pants on, look at the issues, and get on with what we were wanting to do. And I just felt the bravery was only because there were so many with me, and that was an absolute example of tātou working.
Thank you, Dame Marita. You also say in your evidence that you were part of international government delegations for international conferences, like in Beijing in 1995. How did it feel to be taken overseas but to be denied the speaking rights when you were there?
It's sort of like you suddenly feel like you've made a mark we had laid the claim, and suddenly the government thought, there's this group of Maori women, we've got to take this Maori woman overseas. And I got called to the Prime Minister's office and told that I was going to go on a... There were minor conferences leading up to the big conferences, so you went to the smaller summits, and I was going to go on them. And I said, oh, really? And they, yes, you will be part of our, you know, you've laid a claim that we don't take Maori women anywhere. So I said, well, if you think I'm going to be going with you on that delegation, I have to start swimming now. The League has no money. There's no way we're going with you. And that was that. I just said, no, I can't do it. And so I was sent down the corridor to see the next minister and the next minister, and they said, no, no, don't worry, it's all set, you're going. And that's how I went. But the reason that I say I felt like a tickle was when we got to these fabulous conferences, it was all government people, I was sat in the row with others who had extras on their delegations, and we never had a word to say. We weren't asked to contribute. We weren't, you know, I sat there and I felt like, but the government kept talking about, we've got this Indigenous woman with us. I was thinking, oh, well, that's one plug for us. At least they know I'm here. And when, by the time I got to, I think it was Norway, the next summer conference for women, the African women asked me to go and talk to them. And I said, oh, all right. So I went to talk to these women, and their first question was, what's your population? How many Maori have you got in New Zealand? And we weren't even 400,000 in those days. And they went, what? That's the size of our small village. And how did you get to talk to your government? Why does it listen to you? Why are you here? And what's this Waitangi Tribunal you people have been able to set up? And I sat there all that session talking to them about what we as Māori had done, remembering all those who had been to the UN, remembering that the declaration had been signed. And that was the other thing that everybody was so interested in, is that the work that had been done on the Declaration of Independence was now finished, and everybody was using it. And I just felt that that was that conference. Then it went on. I went to all of the conferences. I went to the first International Women's Conference in Beijing, and Jenny Shipley said, yes, you're coming. I said, no, I'm not. I've just had a gallbladder removed. She said, that's all right, bring your daughter. She's a nurse. So, that, you know, and it was all sort of like this, so I went. And I just want to be able to share that the spirituality we felt on the wall of China was amazing for my daughter and I. We heard tangi going on while we were walking on the wall, and I said to her, that's those people that built the wall. They're all still here crying. And she said, listen again, Mother, you haven't heard. And it was my tippuness. They were there. And so I said, thank you. I felt safe after that. But China had that effect on us the whole time we were there. Several times, and none of you need to believe it, but our tipuna came to tell us we were there. With different signs that they just left us. And so we had a karakia and used some water and felt we just loved China. And it gave us that feeling. But that's why I was a tickle. I had no speaking rights, and I was there, but I just kept promoting us as whoever would talk to me. I met Fidel Castro. I told him I was a Maori from New Zealand.
You mentioned that you were that you had conversations with some African delegates, I think you said, and they you spoke to them about who you were and what your role there was. Just to clarify, was that in a official capacity where you're presenting, or was that a more informal conversation?
It was informal. It was informal. It was just a group having a morning tea and they asked me to come over and talk to them. When we went to Beijing, what was really interesting was that I was in Beijing with the government, and all of the NGOs were out at a place called Waitangi, and it was about the size of Hamilton, and they had cleared it out and put all the NGOs there. And to my joy, when I was allowed to go, we all went out there, that I met up with all the Māori delegations that had made their own way to China, and for this first World Women's Conference. And all the women of the world were there. Hillary Clinton was the president's wife at the time, and we all were saying to the American women, you see her every day, you ought to let us have a look. But I don't know, I think that's all it was all informal. It was none of what I did I was just part of the delegation.
Thank you for that, Te Mareta. Appreciate your answers this morning. I might move to the next part of our kōrero in terms of introducing our kai kōrero tuarua. Thank you. He rangatira no te tai tukirau, ko Ngāpuhi, ko Ngāti Whātua o ngā iwi. Doris Barrett led the League as the national president from 1996 until 1999 and has extensive experience in education, te reo Māori and health. She has served on many bodies, including as a Commissioner for Training and Employment and the Gisborne cervical screening cases, on Te Kohanga Reo National Trust, the Māori Health Group for the Health Research Council, and advisory boards to the Ministry of Social Development, Aotearoa Carers Network, and as a trustee of Tūhono Māori Registration Services. Tēnā koe, Whaia Druas.
Tēnā koe.
I just have a couple of questions for you in terms of the briefing, what has been filed today. In the written brief of evidence at paragraph 82, you say when you were the president of the League and you got government funding for the initiatives that you were driving, can you tell the tribunal, were there any limitations on how and what that funding that you received could be used for?
Yes, there were limitations on the funding that we received from government, but it was our membership, our League members, that were the ones that had to do the mahi voluntary, and the funding that we got, we kind of spread it out amongst all the branches that actually did the mahi. But we kept a little percentage, of course, for the national office. But, I can't say enough about our membership in terms of their voluntary mahi that they did amongst our communities, and they still do that to this day, is more than admirable. Kei te mihi tunu ki a rātou. And, we have a lot of our members here today who are still doing that mahi on a voluntary basis. And we get no credit for it, but our wahine, they do have the credit that they should actually get. Ahako, the iwi authorities and hapu in their areas normally take over, but our League members are still working quite hard voluntary amongst our communities.
Can you tell us how did you find the changes in the government and decision making within the government, how that impacted the League's work during your presidency?
Yeah, when governments change, the League never changed. We stood tūturu to our kaupapa. And there were some times that, particularly the Ministry of Health, that we had different contracts with. They put the ture down and say, this is how you do it. And, a national president is not there by herself. She has a good executive with her. And that executive, they represent our communities, our wahine out in the regions. And they're the ones that actually make everything happen. I mean, we as national presidents were involved, but most of the mahi were done by our area representatives in our rohe. And so they made everything happen. The funding, it wasn't worth nothing really, and I'm sure Dr. Hope would say the same today. But our ladies, our wahine, made it work. And yeah, I'm so grateful that I had league members that were staunch to the kaupapa.
Thank you, Phaedrus. I note on the table in front of you today there are a number of puka, and those are matters that the League has been involved in, and I understand one of those includes the Rapuora book. Can you tell the tribunal, Phaedrus, about what impact Dr. Irihapati Murchie had on the leadership of the League?
You know, I pay homage to Dr. Elizabeth Murchie. She was my mentor, and I was really lucky to have her. Because when you come in as a president, you have these preconceived ideas what you're going to do, but it don't work that way. And I was very grateful that I had Elizabeth Murchie as my mentor. She took me through the ropes. She stayed with me for 3 months at the League whare and led me, so I was lucky in that way that she was free to be alongside of me. She was the one that did Rapuora. And she put a lot of energy and effort into that. Yep. And that's the document that Dr. Elizabeth Murchie actually did for the League. And I'm sure it's still relevant to this day. So, yeah, you know, I can't speak more highly of her. And, you know, I just wish that people like her and Dame Mira and some of those past presidents were still with us now. Well, they are in spirit. So we have to be careful what we say.
Thank you, Whaia. Just for clarification for those who don't know what Rapuora is, perhaps if you could very briefly explain what that particular puka and the work that is in that puka is about.
Yeah, it was mainly about the health of Māori women, and it was tūturu for the health of Māori women and their tamariki. And, you know, our branches actually, we're doing this kind of mahi anyway, but having this booklet was really helpful for them to actually go through the stages that she had written in this booklet. But, and you know, it's still, as I said, relevant in its entirety to this day for our, not only for our League ladies, but for Wahine Māori katoa.
Yeah, good. Yeah.
I think it's described in the brief as well as being the first qualitative research into Māori health. That's quantitative research into Māori health is.
Could I just add that it was the first ever Māori research done by Māori women. We had no experience whatsoever, but it was designed so as that we could do it ourselves. The technical things we were given in doing Rapuora just didn't sit well with the women. And with the help of Dr. Eru Pomare and Mason Jury, Elizabeth just changed the whole program, and we all just, and we had to stay in different places each time because the research was held throughout the region. I want to just tell the story of one woman telling me about her husband coming home absolutely, out of this world, and she served up his dinner, and he just threw it at the wall because he was so inebriated. And the next morning, she got to work and cleaned it all up and put him to bed. When she told him about it, he totally denied ever having done it. And that's how we got into alcohol and, made us aware of how some of our women were living with alcohol and smoking through that research. It was a really big part of the league in the late 70s and 80s. Kia ora, because I was part of it, so I thought I wanted to add that.
Thank you, Te Marlita. Appreciate your insight into the on-the-ground mahi that was happening in order to eventually produce the Rapuora report. Just staying on the health track with you, Whaia Juris, since your term as president, you've continued to serve in a number of governance bodies, including as a commissioner for the Gisborne cervical screening cases. Can you tell us a little bit more about your appointment to that role and the significance of that role?
When I think it was 96 to 99 my term. Yeah. See, I'm getting old. At the end of my term, the Ministry of Health came to speak to me and said, "We know, Juris, that you are finishing soon. What are you going to do after you finish being national president?" And I said, I just go home and enjoy myself and take time out. And then they said, well, would you like to be involved with the Gisborne cervical screening? And at first I said no, because I didn't have any experience in that area. And then it was his name Selwyn Cartney? Yeah, Selwyn Cartney actually worked for the Ministry of Health. And he wouldn't back off. He just kept saying, you got to do it, Joyce, you got to do it. We need a Māori woman there, and you're finished as national president, you got to do it. And I thought, got a cheek to tell me what to do. But I listened, and I thought, this is not about me. This is about those Māori women in Gisborne who were suffering cervical cancer, under a terrible doctor that was present there at that moment. So I agreed to do it, and I was part of a panel. I can't... Now, what was her name? She was a...
Sylvia Cartwright. Judge Sylvia Cartwright.
Was Judge...
Sylvia Cartwright.
Who was the chair?
Is that the chair?
Yeah, that's right.
Elsa Duffy?
Elsa Duffy was the chair. Yeah. And then this little poto lady from Scotland, and she had just finished a survey similar to the one that was being done in Gisborne. And I was the lone, like Dame Marita said, teko Māori woman on that panel. But I was glad I went on there because our Māori woman would never have come forward if there wasn't a Māori Wahine present. And they did come, but we had to go out to them first and to the kaumātua of Taira Whiti to actually say, koina, we are the panel. These are my colleagues. And I can remember some of the kaumātua, some of Arata's kaumātua, saying, who are they? you know, why have you brought these white ladies, to us? And I said, you know, there's a kaupapa here for our wahine Māori in Gisborne, and that's how it formed itself. We went to the marae, we had kai with the kaumātua and the wahine Māori, and they came. Otherwise, we would have sat there with no one coming.
Can you please tell us what was unique about that? What was unique in Gisborne about that particular, in terms of that kaupapa that you were there for, the cervical screening cases?
I suppose what happened was that this doctor they had down there had done screening on some of our wahine Māori, and what he did with their screening things didn't quite match up. Like, they didn't quite get to the laboratory that they should have. No, he just misguided it all. In fact, he huna, to me, he actually hid some of the information that he had got from our wahine Māori, and I guess that was the start of it. I can't remember his name, I think it was Bottrell or some name like that. And when I saw him, I thought, you know, I won't say it, but he wasn't a very good-looking doctor to me. And for me, I couldn't understand why our Māori women put up with him, let alone didn't punch him in the face for what he actually did to them. But that was really sad in terms of our wahine Māori in the Tairawhiti, who suffered under his hands of his misjudgments that he actually did. And it impacted it on our wahine Māori. And we lost a few of our wahine Māori through the mishaps that he did. I can recall that we interviewed one wahine Māori about, you know, her cervical screening with this particular doctor, and the next day she died. And that was horrific. And I felt the mamae, but my two panel members didn't. And I said, well, we have to go to the tangi. And they said, oh, no, we're not here to, no, we don't want to do that. I said, you're going, because that's the only way that you can actually meet our whānau and meet our wahine Māori. And they reluctantly, as I said earlier, they reluctantly came with me. You know, the Tairawhiti people were just so awesome. When they knew that we were going, they sent a kaumātua to come with us to arahi us onto the marae. So I never forget that day, Marata, you know, of our people in the Tairawhiti. I could go on, but I better not.
We'll keep you there for just a smidgen longer. Thank you, Whaiajuras. Just in terms of, you said that you had said to the panel members, no, we're going to this Wahine's tangi. And can you tell us whether that experience affected how the continuation of the hearing went? In terms of taking the panel members with you to this tangi and how that shaped or not the following subsequent hearings?
Well, I can say it wasn't a hearing like we've got here today. It was pretty hard. It was taumaha. And our wahine were reluctant to come forward, and, you know, it was hard for them to actually do that, to come and tell us about their experiences and things like that. But the hurt that they were going through, and they were keeping it to themselves within their own whānau. I think that we did, in the end, get what we wanted to get from those Wahine Māori, but not all of it. Some of it I knew as a Māori woman that they kept to their heart and to their whānau, and I think that they relied on their whānau to actually be supportive of them, like we all do. And they weren't going to share everything with us, but we got enough to actually, do our report and make it known that what had happened was not correct. And we went from there, actually.
Thank you for that kōrero, Whaia Druas. I'll reluctantly let you off the hook for a moment, and I might introduce our te kai kōrero tuatoru. He rangatira no Ngāti Whakaue, te arawa me Ngāti Kahungunu. Prue Kapua led the League as National President from 2014 to 2022. She's a well-respected lawyer and principal of Tamati Kapua Law. Her many appointments have included Te Kaumārua, Māori Education Trust, Breast Cancer Foundation, Kahui Tū Kaha, Te Pūtahi Pāoho and the Waitangi Tribunal. She has served as the chair for the World Health Organization Compliance Panel on Marketing of Breast Milk Substitutes, co-chair of the Māori Design Group on Oranga Tamariki, independent chair of the New Zealand Police Te Rōpū Ukaipo, formerly the Women's Advisory Network Group, Governance Group, chair of Interim Te Rōpū at the Ministry of Justice, and chair of Te Taumata, established by the Royal Commission of Inquiry into Abuse in Care. Tēnā koe, Prue.
Kia ora, tēnā koe.
I just have a couple of questions for you as well. During your presidency, and it is in our written brief of evidence as well, the League attained ECOSOC status. Can you comment for us on the significance of that particular status and what ECOSOC means?
Yes, kia ora. In 2015 in Taitokerau, the National Council of the League passed a resolution that they wanted to apply for ECOSOC status with the UN. And that was passed. It took us 6 years to actually get that status approved. But the reason really for it was to give the League an international platform and ability to feed into the processes of the UN, whether that was through the Commission on the Status of Women, whether through the forum for the Permanent Forum for Indigenous Issues, whether it's through the Human Rights Council. So I think sometimes when things aren't working as well as they might be domestically, sometimes having a voice in the international space allows us to take the issue wider, but also to put the emphasis on it back here as well. I mean, some might say it's a way of embarrassing the government. If you're dealing with issues that are of major concern for wahine Māori overseas, then sometimes hopefully that might put a little bit of pressure on people domestically to do something about it. So it was an important issue because we had, as Dame Marita has said, we had been part of government delegations silently, and we had gone over pretty much on the back of other organisations, and I acknowledge Pacific Women's Watch, who I think took us over as part of their delegations. So the purpose for us getting our own status meant that we could take our own delegations. I mean, in 2016, I think there were 3 of us from the League. Mary Wallace did go with the Anglican Church, though, and 2 of us went on with Pacific Women's Watch. But just this year, I think there were 24 who went in the delegation from Te Rōpū Wahine Māori Toko i Te Ora. So having our own voice, having our own presence is really important, and then being able to feed into statements, reports, and so on. We've generally been invited in the past to do perhaps a paragraph or so with the report for the National Council of Women. Sometimes for the Ministry for Women have asked for some input, but we can actually do our own report for us as Wahine Māori without being a paragraph, but by having our own status.
You would have read this week the opening statement that the Crown has filed, and included in that is reference to external factors contributing to the challenges on traditional tribal societies, for example, international trends, globalisation, etc. Do you have any comment on that particular statement by the Crown? This is a question for Pru and also for any other comments as well.
I mean, as a statement, I'm not quite sure what it means, but I think that there's a difference between the fact that we are part of a global environment and saying that by virtue of being part of a global environment, that has somehow affected the breakdown domestically of our traditional tribal society. I wouldn't agree that the global trends has affected what has occurred here in Aotearoa in terms of the breakdown of our society, the effect on Wahine Māori in terms of how the Crown has acted. But the issue around the global trends really means that all of the issues that we would like to depend upon our own government to be addressing on our behalf doesn't occur. And so we have no option really but to be taking these matters, whether it's matters surrounding our own rights as Indigenous people, whether it's issues around climate change. It's really important that all of those issues are dealt with from our perspective. And when that perspective isn't reflected in the government's view or how they attend to it, then I think it's really important that we go into that global space to make sure that our perspective isn't lost.
And just in terms of that global space and the ECOSOC status, are you aware of any other Māori organisations or Wahine Māori organisations that have a similar ECOSOC status or international standing?
No, I think we are the only Māori organisation, national Māori organisation certainly, that has ECOSOC status. And I think there's another part to this as well, because having that status internationally is really important. Well, it's important because it, not that I think we're lacking in credibility or in terms of legitimacy, we have that, but when you have that recognised on an international stage, there's I think an element of a greater power that you have when you're making the statements that you're making. And I think that's why it's important for us that we maintain that. That's why it was important. We went through a period where we weren't, we didn't, I don't think they actually said we didn't qualify. What they said was we weren't large enough in an international sense to be able to be granted ECOSOC consultative status. And so we had a number of years of arguing with them about the fact, well, how large do you have to be? There's only one place in the world you're going to find Māori, and that's here. Whereas you have lots of organisations that have a Māori, that have a New Zealand version, like Pacific Women's Watch, for example, has a New Zealand version. The business and professional women, for example, have an international organisation of which New Zealand can become a part of that. So we did have a few years of arguing with the fact that you know, size, we weren't going, there wasn't going to be a Māori Women's Welfare League establishing in different countries around the world. We do have branches in different countries, but it wasn't going to be establishing around the world. So it took quite a bit, and there was a bit of talk amongst the ECOSOC people about how they would then recognise us as an Indigenous group that was only based here in Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Thank you for that. What in your experience have been the key barriers to the League's ability to reach its full potential?
I think one of the things is, you know, we've talked, and Druis has talked a little bit about the contracts and occasionally being asked to do things by government. I think the fact that there's no guarantee, there's no longevity, we are very much at the whim of the government of the day for any kind of funding for the work that we do. And, you know, the funding is pretty small, and it doesn't anywhere near cover the work that's actually undertaken. So it's an interesting, I'm not sure that it was lucky enough, but I was in this role during COVID. And it's an interesting example when you think of a government that panics about the number of deaths that are going to occur as a result of a pandemic, and they don't know what to do about it. So they go to an organisation like ours and to a number of other Māori organisations too, and I acknowledge that we all worked together during that time to reach people that they couldn't reach, to reach people that didn't have any trust in them to be addressing their issues. And I think during that period of time, you know, we had government agencies coming to us. We had contracts that were 1 page long, and they were very willing to enter into agreements with us to get the necessary goods, information, whatever it was, out to people. And you know, you would apply and say, look, we've got a group of people here, and you know, if we had $5,000 or $10,000, it would be really good. We could get some things out, and they'd say, here's 50. And I think that kind of shows that during that period of time when they really absolutely needed us, there was a flexibility, there was an element, I wouldn't say it was complete, but there was an element of trust that existed. And then we get past the real concerns about COVID, and we're back into going into life as usual pretty much again. And we're back to, 7 and 8 page contracts. We're back to the kinds of, dwindling down the amount of pūtea that's available. So I think from that point of view as a barrier, I think the fact, and I think as Aroha talked about yesterday when she was talking about housing surveys and different things, this belief that the government has that the solutions can be through the government agencies is really misguided. It misses the opportunity for community led solutions, and we still today have the same, with all of the housing surveys and information that was available, they still didn't involve the League, and they still went through a process where they used their own government agencies to actually carry out the work that was being proposed. And I think we still have that same issue today. It's still a barrier, that there isn't a trust in our ability to really do the things that we want to do. And so, we can be used when they need us, and they can pick up the issues that we have, but they will still use themselves and their own people to carry out a lot of that work. And I think that has been a bit of an issue all the way through. One other example was the issue in 1952, and we raised this at the time when we were looking at the changes that were being made or being proposed that ended up with Oranga Tamariki. And, in 1952 we had larger numbers of our tamariki going through the courts. And the League, and I think Aroha's words yesterday when she said, we don't have to prove racial discrimination, we just want to know what you're going to do about it. And I think it's very true. In 1952, all the branch of the League went to the Crown, went to the Minister of Education and said, our branches want to take the kids. We want to help them through the courts. We want to help with rehabilitation. We want to take them. And the Minister of Education's response was, we can't do it because it would, in my words, administrative disaster, but that wasn't quite exactly what he said. But and also that it would give us a privilege that they would have to give to non-Māori groups. So right from the beginning, the League has looked to try to propose solutions, and there hasn't been that trust. And they used probation officers and they used the social welfare agencies to deal with our tamariki that were going through the courts. And we know, how that ended. So that has been a barrier. I think, as we have already talked in the last day or so, the issue, and ngamihi ki a koe te rangatira, but the issue was when the New Zealand Māori Council came in 1962. And I think that, as Aroha talked about yesterday, the issue where the Crown preferred to engage with the New Zealand Māori Council because, the League was getting a little bit niggly about some of the issues that were being raised, and they were not as comfortable working with the League. Because if you look at how they operated in those early stages in the 50s, the League did have quite a role in terms of Crown consultation is not quite the right word, but in terms of dealing with Māori issues. and that changed completely with the Māori Council coming in. I mean, in 1956, the Secretary for Māori Affairs said clearly that the tribal committees, as they were there, and the branches of the Māori Women's Welfare League were under their control and direction. And that was their view. So, and I think we have some details where Māori Affairs officials sat on the national executive of the Māori Women's Welfare League in the beginning years, ex officio, some would say to guide the direction of the League and what it was doing. So I think in terms of that change that occurred in 1962, with the preference being for the Māori Council to be the advisory body for the Crown, changed the influence of the League, sidelined. I think the League marginalised. In fact, there is a, and I'm probably going to struggle with this, but never mind. There are some quotes here. One is from Tanya, as she was then Ray, but Tanya Rangihuia, who said, the creation of the New Zealand Māori Council with no formal place for the League was a blow. The League's contribution to Māori welfare was sidelined in favour of a more male-centred structure. Linda Tuhiwai-Smith said, the League's experience was an early example of gender marginalisation in the creation of state-sanctioned Māori bodies. And a woman called Karen Fox, not the one that we know, but one who wrote in the Journal of New Zealand Studies, said the Māori Council became the government's key interface with Māori communities. Māori women, despite their community leadership, found themselves increasingly outside formal consultation channels. And just while we're quoting here, there is a statement that Dame Mida made in her interview with Dame Arita, and she said, I mentioned that I did not wish the organisation to come under the umbrella of the Māori Council. I opposed that proposal very, very strongly from the basis that would have been usurping the will of the organisation. The organisation must retain its independence from the Crown, and independence from any other body, any other influences. That's something I felt our women ought to understand, the meaning of the will of the League. And I think that's significant about the barriers and really the experience that that the League had from 1951 through to what we have today.
Thank you for that. I just have one more question for you, if we can persevere a little bit longer. The evidence says that there, and this is the quote, there has been an opportunity cost as a result, particularly by alienating the League's expert views from Māori policy development. Can you share your whakaaro on what those opportunity costs have been?
Yeah, I think yesterday when Aroha was talking about Wash Day at the Pa, she said at the end of that the issues around the League's view of that book was the fact that we had never been asked. And I think that's still true today. I think that the opportunity cost is that you have a large organisation with an enormous amount of expertise and experience amongst its members. And I guess by sidelining it, if you really wanted to have good policy, strong policy, good outcomes, the League would be one of the first places that you would go to get a perspective on you know, if we look at something like pay equity, for example, there are a significant number of women within the League who will be affected by pay equity. You would think that if you were concerned about doing good policy, if you were concerned about the effects on Wahine Māori, that your starting point would be to come to the League. And I think that has been that issue about trying to be more visible, trying to make people think about the League, people who don't even understand, people who are in positions of power. You know, they just see us as a kind of organisation without seeing what a vast range of skills we have. You know, it's a little bit like, so who do they go to talk to when there are issues around Te Ture Whenua Māori? It's not the Māori Women's Welfare League, and yet it is the women within the Māori Women's Welfare League who are on the committees, who are on ahu whenua trusts, who are part of the reservation areas, who are keeping everything together. But it's not uppermost in people's minds, and ministers' minds, and officials' minds, that here is an enormous pool of expertise that they could work with, and that's all that either-or stuff. That's all the preference stuff that goes on, and you know, we look at all of the issues that Māori women are involved in, and it's enormous. I mean, it's not an issue about taking away from our iwi or our hapu or our affiliations, etc. It's Māori women who come together collectively, and it's a very valid perspective that should be taken into account for any kind of policy or anything that people are contemplating. I mean, I can't understand why you wouldn't tap into such a rich resource when you are at a very early stage. I'm not saying the stage that they come to us when they've already got everything set in place and they're ready to push the button on it, or to leave it to us to have to do it at a submission stage before a select committee. You know, it's at that fundamental stage when you're thinking about that, and that's really where the taumata for the Royal Commission on Abuse in State Care, and also Stats New Zealand, when we were involved with those taumata, it was representation from the New Zealand Māori Council, representation from the Māori Women's Welfare League. In the case of tūhono, in the case of Stats New Zealand, they had tūhono represented, and they had the Iwi Chairs Forum through the Kahui Raraunga. And so it was a recognition that there are larger groups that you can have involved in your taumata, and you will get a wider perspective, and you will get better input and better involvement. And I think that's where, in marginalising really and sidelining the League, that opportunity has been lost. Really, the Crown, by virtue of their own decisions, it's not as if the League hasn't been there ready and willing to be able to engage, but that hasn't been their choice.
Thank you for that. I appreciate your kōrero there. I might introduce se kai kōrero toa whā. He rangatira no ngai tā manuhiri, rongo whakata, ngai te rangi, te roroa, Ngāti Korokoro o te roroa me Ngāti Manu. Dr. Hope Tupara has extensive experience in the areas of nursing, midwifery and health research. She holds a Master of Arts degree applied in midwifery, including cross-credited papers from the Master of Mātauranga, Te Wānanga o Raukawa, and a Doctorate of Philosophy in Public Health. In 2002, Dr. Tupara was the first practising Māori midwife to be appointed to the regulatory bodies of the Nursing Council of New Zealand and the Midwifery Council of New Zealand. She was previously chair of Te Runanga o Tūranga Nui a Kiwa and Ngai Tā Manuhiri Iwi. As her schedule appended to the Joint Brief of Evidence shows, she works tirelessly as the current National President to advance the positions of the Wahine Māori and whānau that the League represents. Tēnā koe, Dr. Tupara.
Tēnā koe.
I have a couple of questions for you too. But what I wanted to do first before we get into your questions is really first show the video that has been the subject of our back and forth applications this morning, which is on the following slide. Before it plays, as noted in the application, but for the sake of repeating it here this morning, what we are going to see is an interview of Dame Meta Sazi in 1973 at the United Women's Conference. So if we could play that, it's on the following slide.
Can I just clarify whether it's going on the live stream or not?
I think it can go on the live stream given where we're at.
You stated that Māori women have been and are a powerful influence. This doesn't perhaps meet with our ideas of the Māori male supremacy.
No, not really. I believe that the role of Māori women in traditional society was much higher than is put out today. It is, I think, quite a myth. And when this myth began, I'm not certain, because I'm certain that Māori women's status was much higher than that depicted in our myths today.
Well, how does Māori women's power in society equate today?
Very high, I think. This has been recognized by the country as a whole and by leaders of government. Māori women are a powerful force in the social organisation of their people.
Now, you said that the role of the Māori woman has deteriorated.
Yes, I think so, because add to their role in their own society are the pressures of modern society and modern living. And they are expected to carry on these two roles. And with the socio-economic status of the family in Maori society, this seems to press upon the Maori woman much more so than the Pākehā woman.
Well, how do you see it being uplifted?
Well, somehow the elimination of the fundamental inequalities. How this is going to be done, I'm not sure. But somehow living of Maoris must be uplifted. At the moment, the answer is still beyond me.
Dr. Tupara, given your appointment as president some 49 years after that video was made and present today, hearing Dame Meta's views on the status of Māori women, how do you think those words have relevance today in terms of what you've observed in your presidency of the League?
Tēnā koe, kei te tika te kōrero o tōku kahurangi. I te mea ki tenei, kei roto o ngā mōteatea, kei roto o te whakapapa, te kanohi te rangatiratanga o te wahine. I tika ana tērā kōrero i āia. Nā wai rā ka heke. I think the evidence that's been provided so far this week highlights that the Māori women are considered inferior. It's hard to actually prove that when you're in front of someone having a hui with them. when I have hui with people, it's hard to say, you look at me and you see me as someone who's inferior to maybe my Māori men or Pākehā woman. It's hard to prove that. It's the actions that that give the proof. It's the actions that give the proof for how they might be feeling towards Māori women. We do a lot of advocacy on behalf of our whānau, but usually that starts with education, because the first question I often ask people is, what do you know about the League? And I do that to ministers as well. When this coalition came into power, the first 3 ministers that I saw, and I go to them on the basis of remits, because we have remits at our conference every year, which give me an awesome mandate. They give us all a mandate to be able to speak on behalf of our organisation. So I go there, send a letter to them, ask for a meeting. The first 2 ministers that I saw in this coalition government knew nothing about the League. The third minister had heard of whina, but didn't really know anything about the League. So, we don't sign up for this to educate the Crown about us. We assume that when they're elected to a role that's so important as governing our country, they actually know about us. That should actually be a prerequisite for anyone standing for our government, is that they understand the history of our nation before they're going to rule us. So that's part of the problem that we have, is that we're still dealing with the same kōrero that Daimira talked about in that interview. One of the other problems that we have is that we have quite different worldviews. There's been a lot of kōrero this week about collectivism and what that means. And for us, it's the whole. And I want to try and explain that. The government operates in silos. And we've heard some evidence about the theory of taxonomy and hierarchical classification. Now, that was developed for organisms. I'm not sure it was developed for humans, but it's applied to humans. And so it actually has been embedded into how our society runs. So it operates in, we have health here, and even health and education there. Health is, we use this deductive reasoning, so everything is reduced down so we can look at it into minute parts. So for me, if I want my health oranga for me, I've got to go to one person for my eyes, one person for my ears, one person for my teeth, another person for my bones, te mea. And it goes on. And if you're a person with privilege and you have resource, and you're operating in a system where you actually have to go to different people to address your oranga, when you've got the resources, you probably can do that. But when you don't have much resources and you're poor, and you might have $100, you don't have much resource to deal with that person to do with your ears, that person to do with your eyes, that person to fix your teeth, that person, and we're only talking about health. I haven't got to education yet. I ain't got to all the other government agencies that I've got to deal with, that our whānau have to deal with. And this is the big problem, because when the League, when our members are in our community, we don't go into a whare of our whānau and go, Taihoa, I only come to talk to you about one take. I'll go get another member to come and see you for the other take. That's the problem. So we're already at a philosophical positioning that is so different from the start, and our government operates like that. They operate like that with every other Māori organisation in terms, and collectivism for us is so much different from the siloed way that our government works. And I've tried to break it down like that to make it easier for us to understand, is that when you have privilege, and by privilege I mean pūtea. You've got resource. So you're resourced enough to be able to address all the things because you need that to respond to the way our society is set up. It's set up with this taxonomy, which wasn't actually designed for human beings, but it's been used that way. And this government doesn't know how to get out of it. No government in my lifetime knows how to get out of it. But Te Tiriti o Waitangi can help us get out of it because it provides us a different way of working, because it moves the power base. Because the hierarchical taxonomical classification system is about power. And everyone else down there is reduced, your power is reduced, and that's how it's applied in society. So I think one of the problems we have while we are treated differently is one, because they don't value our mātauranga. The Crown doesn't value our way of thinking. It doesn't actually understand it because it doesn't operate in that way. I don't know if I answered your question, but anyway.
Thank you, Dr. Tupara. Your Honour, I note it's 10:25. I do have two more questions for Dr. Tupara, but in terms of the answers, obviously it's quite fluid with that response. Does Your Honour wish me to continue for at least the next pātai and then see where we land and then perhaps come back after the break?
He piki pātai tēnei. Might want to wait.
Your Honour, perhaps we take an early paramanawa and we pick up when we come back.
Right, well, I'm happy to take that advice. So we're going to take our morning break, our cup of tea, and we will return at 11. I think she is. Somebody said she was here.
A tēnā tātou, I mua anō I te timatanga o ngā kōrero, he whakamārama āku e pāna ki ngā tikanga hei whainga mā tātou I te whakakapinga o tēnei nohonga, o te paewhiri nei, nō reira ka tuku atu tēnei kia koutou katoa. So there's been some questions around the process we're going to use to close off this hearing. And as you know, there were some questions raised around the role of Wahine within the Poroaki process, within the JC that we held. So I'd just like to clarify where I think we've got to. Some haven't heard it yet, so I'll put it out here for everyone to hear. So the first part is, when we're ready to finish off this hearing, before we pass it over to the haukainga to do their karakia, to pass over the kawa of the whare back to them, we have the opportunity, kei a tātou tonu te whare, we still are within the house. And so there will be an opportunity. We don't want it to go on too long kōrero, but those who want to acknowledge the closing of this hearing, you'll have that opportunity then. But once the karakia is done by two, and we formally pass the kawa back to the haukainga, then our focus is to go into the wharekai. The wharekai is for Poroaki, and the main focus is our acknowledgement of the haukainga, acknowledgement of ringawera, and what they do. I'm open to people who want to speak, wahine, tāne. However, obviously, we don't want that to carry on too long with multiple people, so let's be a little bit conscious about how we, those who we choose to stand and speak. But within the wharekai, kei te pai tērā. The biggest concern for the haukainga is that the focus of mihi to the mate needs to be clearly considered. Which what I mean is that the mihi to a mate is more for the formal mihi within whai kōrero and the poroaki, the formal poroaki, kei te pai tērā. So in terms of acknowledging the mate that are here, kei te pai tērā, but kau e ruku hōhunu ki tērā puna o te roimata o te hupe I a tātou e whakakapi atu I enei wāhanga. Oeno, tēnā tātou.
Dr. Tupara, I indicated before the break that we had just a couple of questions left for you before we hand it back over to the panel for their questions. And what I wanted to ask is, the Crown has drawn the Tribunal's attention this week to its previous reports on various claims and issues. What is your view on the relationship between the League and this claim and these other Waitangi Tribunal claims made by Hapu and Iwi?
Well, for this claim, he rōpu wahine te rōpu nei, so kamatu. For the connection to Hapu and Iwi claims, I'm going to draw on my experience as a previous negotiator for one of my mother's iwi, Ngai Tā Manuhiri. My role was the historical account for Ngai Tā Manuhiri, and what I recall from that experience, the focus is mostly on land occupation and land alienation, and encounters with the Crown, first encounters, subsequent encounters, things relevant to legislation relevant to Crown land alienation, such as the consolidation. Out of the 22 pages of the Ngai Tā Manuhiri historical account, 20 of those pages were on those kaupapa. The last 2 pages were on the social and economic impacts. When I look at one of my father's iwi, Ngai Tarangi, Ngā Pōtiki, a Tamapahore, he orite, the focus was on land occupation, land alienation. With the kaupapa inquiries, so I'll just leave those there. They are very important chapters on the story and the history of our country, and they're not finished yet. So there's still some chapters to come. On the kaupapa inquiries, that relates to what I said in my previous answer about how we are siloed. So we are responding to the kaupapa because that's how our nation has been set up into kaupapa. And this claim is relevant across all of the other inquiries, because so far none of the inquiries have really investigated and explored the takahi ki runga o ngā wahine. So in terms of how this one connects, it connects to them all. Pai tērā?
Aye. And just my final question for you is in relation to the Fisheries Commission appointments in 1993, that is, Dame Miller may not have been appointed, but two other wahine Māori were. Do you have any comment on the questions that have come out during this hearing week on that particular issue about while Dame Miller hasn't been appointed, two others were?
Well, I wasn't a member of the League in 1993. I wasn't a member till 2 years later. However, based on all the evidence that's been provided so far, I recall Kāla Hukamo in particular, who gave a really good analysis, I thought, about what happened during that appointment process. And in her view, there could only be a strategic and political reason why she didn't get appointed. I do want to raise the issue because mandate is a very important thing. The Crown has emphasised that mandate is important when it comes to hapu and iwi claims and inquiries. We are required as hapu and iwi to demonstrate to the Crown we have a mandate to be able to speak. And Dame Mira she was put forward with a very clear mandate. So it can only be, logically in my head, it can only be a strategic and political reason why she wasn't appointed, because she had the backing, she had a mandate, which is usually what the Crown requires in other inquiries. So, I don't have any further more to say on that, really.
Sorry, just one final pathway, final to the final. The Tribunal has asked during opening submissions about developments in the remedies in this inquiry. You'll recall that was raised by her on Tuesday. Do you have any comment on the remedies in relation to the League and how the League sees the remedies process and the development of what that could look like will be?
It would be remiss of me to say anything without consulting with our membership. Koina. That's usually the process. I'm going to get hammered if I say something that they're not going to agree with, so I'm not going to go there. O tira, I think it was clear in our evidence that we do recognise, alongside our other Y381 claimants, that constitutional transformation is really the only way forward for us. And I think there are plenty of really good examples out there. I can't remember if I mentioned, but every time that I meet with a minister, I meet with a Pākehā organisation, I meet with whoever, is an opportunity to demonstrate Te Tiriti o Waitangi in action. And all we need is the government that's got the courage and actually really wants to lift everybody. Lift everybody, that's what we need. That's why the taxonomy, classification, siloing doesn't work, because it only works for the people who are at the top. If we really want to share power, sharing power doesn't mean you're going to lose your whare. It doesn't mean you're going to lose whatever you've worked hard for. It means you're going to share decision making so that everybody is lifted up. Kia ora.
Thank you, Dr. Tupara. Ngā mihi kia koutou. Those conclude the questions that I wish to raise with you all. For now, I will hand it over to the panel for any questions that the Tribunal may have of you. Kia ora.
Kia ora, Ms. Chestnut. Kia ora, Dr. Tupara. Kim, do you want to start us?
Morena koutou. Hariko te ngākau ki te noho tahi, ki te kōrero tahi, ia koutou I te ata nei. I've just got two questions, and you might all have views, or one of you might want to answer. I'm completely relaxed. And they're about a couple of things that are in the brief of evidence that you put up. One is a really common theme from all of you, and that's about the quality of the relationship with the Crown. And, you know, across the brief, it's kind of really sort of described as pretty variable, generally poor level of engagement, transactional, dismissive. And what I'm really keen to hear from you, going forward, what are the partnership characteristics that you would like to see evident in your future relationship with the Crown?
We're all looking sideways at each other. I might start. I do favour a model that I've used myself, both professionally and personally. It's a three whare model that was developed by E Te Wānanga o Raukawa, by Ngāti Raukawa, Tō Rangatira and Te Atiawa. I think that's an easy model where you have a whare for te tiriti, you have a whare for tangata whenua and a whare for your partners. We have to present a way of engagement that's easy and opens up kōrero and makes everybody feel safe, our Pākehā feel safe, I mean, so that we can start the process and help them understand what being a tiriti partner means. And that doesn't mean that they come with some preconceived ideas. They have to come recognising our knowledge and our skill and our values as well. That takes a lot of conversations to get to that point, because normally you get an email from a government official, they just really want to tick off some of the outcomes that they have in their strategic plan. But we're more interested in a deeper relationship where they start to learn more about us. Like I said before, we don't sign up for this role to educate the Crown about us. They should really know that, but we're realistic and we know that they don't. And so for us, it's really important that they want a genuine relationship. They do want to know us more. They do want to know our whānau more, because that sets us up better for success, where we're both mutually going to benefit, not just us as a rōpū, but the whānau in our communities, so that they actually do want to talk to them, and we're not just an inconvenience because we want more time to talk. So I do favour that model just because it's an easy model. Yeah, and I use that quite often. I've used it in a professional way as well, because it's something that they can look at and visualise, and you can also show them how it works. And in my experience, Pākehā have got a lot of talking to do amongst themselves. They take up a lot of space because they can't agree. It's been my experience of using that particular model. Whereas when you put tangata whenua, I'm not saying that we come to a decision easily together either, but generally we can reach a common ground much sooner. But I have a preference for that model. I use that in practice.
I agree with that. I guess at a first steps basis, though, I think from the Crown's point of view, one of the issues that we have, and it's been talked about this week, is view that they have that if you have Māori within the department or you have people sitting on particular bodies, then our perspective's been met. And from our perspective, I think the issue is that there needs to be a recognition of the appointment of a person to a body. Now, if we look at like the pay equity stuff, and then we look at the employment stuff, very early on, the League was a part of all of that, and I think it was Marta, I think, or media were all part of appointing somebody onto that body. Now, today we have NACU, which, is the National Advisory Committee on the Employment of Women. The League doesn't have a position on that. Over the years, we've been asked occasionally who we think should go onto it, but we don't have a position. Business New Zealand does, but we don't have a position on it. So I think we need to be very clear about identifying bodies of influence that should have an appointee, not by the Crown, because we know how that works. That works on people know, and appoint to positions that the League actually gets to appoint a person. It doesn't have to be the president, doesn't have to be somebody who sits on the executive, but the League chooses a person to represent the League and therefore be accountable to the League on these different bodies as the most appropriate person to be giving that perspective. And I think at a very early stage, those are the steps that could be taken, which would take it out of the Crown appointment hand. If you get on with the minister, if the minister knows you, or whatever happens, but that actually you identify the organisations, whether it's us, whether it's the New Zealand Māori Council, how you determine who that group is that's going to appoint. And we heard a little bit yesterday about the Electoral College. That's been a way in which appointments onto particular organisations. I think there's something there which takes the appointment process for us and our perspective out of the hands of politicians and out of the hands of people who perhaps aren't as concerned about our perspective.
Can I just add something too? I think the detrimental side, when you don't consult, I gave an example in my brief of evidence around the 3-day postnatal stay. So that's being introduced or proposed. Now, we already know that Māori women don't stay in hospital generally very long at all. Even if it's 24 hours, you'd be lucky. They usually go home quickly. They go home. Now, the midwives they really need support from are the ones in the community. But the pay equity kaupapa actually is removing that support for those midwives who are in the community that the Māori women going home early rely on. So we really need the government agencies to also be talking and consulting with Māori because of those very issues where one legislation is actually affecting another piece of legislation that's meant to help.
And, I absolutely tautoko what Prue and Dr. Hope are saying. And it hasn't changed, and it needs to change. How we do that, I suppose, is to march again, Sir Eddie, and take you with us. But in my time, I was also on a Plunkett board, and I could see all the things they could get from the Crown by just asking, and here we were struggling in the League to even get to a minister. So for me, it was like racism, even though our pepi, some of our pepi were in Plunkett, but I saw where they got what they asked for, and yet we as the League struggled unless we had someone, as Prue and Hoper said, in there. And I suppose in my time, I was lucky to have Parikuru Horomia, who was also a good friend of the Prime Minister, Helen Clark, at that time. So he was able to take us to Helen Clark, the Prime Minister then, and say, Anna, this is what the League is struggling to do, and yet, you know, other Pākehā bodies are getting what they're asking for. And she said, I'll see what I can do about it. But not even her could change the agencies from their whakaaro, which was a little bit frustrating. But that's how, you know, that's how we go as Māori. And we just keep fighting until we get there. And it shouldn't be like that at all. Kia ora.
Kia ora. We've all said in all our briefs our relationship with the Crown over the times that we were president. And right back in my time, I suppose, having just launched the Mana Wahine claim, the government was suddenly aware of the League. And so we got a lot of correspondence, we got a lot of talk, and as I was saying, I got taken on all these delegations that the Crown went on as an Indigenous person. So we've all, and if you look back at what Meda's saying, and what we were saying in 1951, even with the Māori Affairs support, we've always had a relationship, and it's always seemed to have been sort of okay at times, and it's always been individual ministers that have strongly supported the League and made sure we got some resources for some of the programs we wanted to participate in. But it was never government. And so I do take my hat off to our current president, because for the first time she's in the budget, 75 years, and she's actually in the budget, getting money this year. I mean, that to me is enormous. And I never, I mean, you know, I got some money, but I got money so long as I could fill the contract, and it's particularly in health. So, so our relationship is supposed to be with the government, but it's always been with individual ministers. Kia ora.
Prue, just what you were talking about was a bit of a segue into my next question. So you've talked a bit about how you would like the appointments process to work, and particularly, you know, being in a position to be able to be an appointor to certain selected groups. How does it work now? Or does it not exist?
I think it's still pretty much at the whim of particular agencies. I think there are, I mean, we have to make the distinction between the kind of taumata advisory board things. That's pretty easy situation for the Crown to appoint people to, because you don't actually get to the point of the decision making as such, and often don't get your advice taken into account either. But there are, in terms of, I mean, NACU is an example. We go from a situation where we did have a position where the League was to nominate somebody on. How that changed, I don't know. It changed through, presumably through some form of terms of reference, because it wasn't a legislative change. So the National Kaitiaki Group is another example, that initially there was a League, the League were approached to have people involved in that, and it's a regulatory body. It is a body that the Ministry of Health, it's a bit of a thorn in the side of the Ministry of Health because it protects Māori women's data that's held on the cervical screening register. And as far as I know, it's the only regulatory body that has been put in place to protect Māori women's data. And initially we were involved in that and we had people appointed and were a part of it. Then when the ministry decided that when they wanted information about Māori women off the register, they shouldn't have to apply. Just anybody else outside of the ministry should apply, whereas the whole purpose for the National Kaitiaki Group was so that we could deal with issues like te whare tangata, the important issues about how that data was protected and so on. And I think in one of these we have Dame Meda was the poster girl, I think, for the cervical screening. So we had people like Paparangi Reid, who were all very much a part of ensuring for women, for wahine Māori to participate in the cervical screening, we needed to have addressed issues like protecting their data and so on. Ministry has a completely different view about that, and in fact ended up, in the period of time that I was on the Kaitiaki Group, they ended up deciding to send all of the information offshore to Australia, never even told the Kaitiaki Group, which is the body that's protecting Māori women's data. And that's because they see their role as special, as something that is over and above a concession, if you like, to wahine Māori. So there have been examples where there have been places they've eroded, I think, over the last few years. We, in the last, when the National Kaitiaki Group imploded and didn't function for a couple of years, they then put them back together and they came back to the League and asked us for a nominee. And we have Sandra Corbett, who's from the Hawke's Bay DHB, who sits on there as our representative from the League. But, you know, that's nowhere set in concrete in terms of we don't know when they do the next iteration whether that's going to happen. So we don't really have particular positions that are primarily for the League, and even if they are, you know, there's no process by which we can canvass our members, for example. You know, with the skills that we have within the membership, there'll be lots of people who could, we could go through a process of expressions of interest or whatever it is, and then have a League representative. So there's nothing that's set in concrete that says we must hold a place here for representation. But it is important. We do have members who are on certain bodies, but they're not there by virtue of being accountable to the League or representative of the League.
Kia ora, ko motua ka pātai.
Tēnā koutou. You've actually answered quite a few of the things I was interested in the course of discussing with council and what have you. Being a historian, of course, I've got a couple of historian questions. One of the things we have heard a lot about is the importance to the League of maintaining their independence. Was there ever any consideration of seeking statutory recognition of the League?
My initial reaction is why.
Maybe it would have given you a more permanent avenue of communication with the Crown?
Kei raro te Crown, so that would be within the Crown's realm. Oh no, there wouldn't be upholding our rangatiratanga, in my view. Yeah. I don't know about what they think.
I can say that Neville Baker did raise with me during my term that he thought it would be of some advantage to us to have, similar to the Māori Council, to be to have some legislative recognition, and similar to what Hope said, I'm not convinced that the membership would welcome that, because I think if you look at the history of the League, we were established by the Crown. We were a part of the Crown. They saw us, I mean, they wanted what they wanted out of us, and we thought we were going to get more out of them than we did. I think that the pull of the League away from the Crown, because of that being under direction and control, etc., is quite a strong statement of I think what Meta talks about is the will of the League, of the fact of being independent and being I mean, even without the legislation in 1951, I think there was a feeling that we were too close to the Crown. We were too close to carrying out their policies, to having the influence of them. And of course, when we didn't play ball, they weren't so happy with us either. But I do think that indicates the feeling of the League, that actually that being embroiled within an act does tend to inveigle you into the kind of Crown space, and we would lose, as Hope says, our rangatiratanga.
I think too that's a constitutional question about who has the onus of power. And in my mind, the onus of power is not with us, with Māori, with the treaty partner. The onus of power is with the Crown. So if there was a different constitutional basis upon which we might do that, then we might consider it. But at the moment, that's, I don't want to speak for all my members, but I'll speak personally for myself. It's not a goer.
You mentioned there about the perception that, back in the day anyhow, that the League was too close to the Crown. And I was wondering what your relationship was with that generation of, that in the 70s of, you know, the new generation of young women who were angry and politicised and, you know, part of the Black women's movement.
Thank you. I think that we've always, I think our independence was always more important.
Sorry, could you repeat that?
Sorry.
Yeah.
I think our independence was always more important. And we always, I think we've always stood on being a treaty partner. And so we thought direct conversation. I mean, that's the way we think, I think. Whereas if we had gone down other avenues, to me, it feels like we might have ended up with two husbands, both all giving us orders. So it was sort of like, yeah, if we talk, it's fine. But if you're my boss, which the Crown is, so that's why I suppose in a way we interacted quite honestly with individual ministers and departments than with never the whole. Was that your question?
I was thinking about some of the women who've come talk to us today, like Rebecca and Donna, and I guess I was impressed by the strength of the relationship with the League, at least today. And I just wanted you to cast your minds back and talk to us a little bit about that concept of sisterhood, I guess, and whether that was influential within your relationship with those young, angry women of the day.
As usual, I think and I suppose what we all act on is anger. And so there were certainly areas where it was picked up. Not everybody came to the party, not everybody agreed, but it takes time for people to catch on. They were laying the story out for us to grow up, in a way, and begin to see what the real picture was about. And I suppose for most of the League members, they had grown up listening to Whina and Mira and Rumatiki, right? You know, they were women that were pushing Māori because we were living in a different area. We'd left the villages, if you might put it that way, and those kaumātua that were there, and we'd come to town. And I think the beauty of the League was that it was one of the first times we'd been able to cross tribal boundaries as well. So it was very much modelled at that time on the Country Women's Institute, so as that we had a format. But the women coming to town found that no matter what area they were from, their issues were the same. So we became like tribal in our delivery and in our understanding, because we picked up women's issues. Then along came the next generation that were saying, this is what we have to help change. This is what our place really is. Our tino rangatiratanga is disappearing. What are we going to do about it? As the mothers, because we nurtured the next generation and we would be able to feed them the information. So their stance of being out in the front was very brave, and a lot of women followed, but a lot didn't. But that's the beginning of let me jump to now's generation. They just, having had all that, if you talk to our rangatahi now, they don't even think about the Pākehā world. They've grown up from kohanga reo to university now and graduated, and listening to some of our lawyers, they have to abide by the rules, but they're easy to flip-flop. I don't know that Pākehā took the same action. And so, so I'm just saying that for us it was to retain our independence, or we were Indigenous, so we had to be able to show that and hope that. We've also intermarried a lot. I mean, I'm going on about what I can see, but we also intermarried. So have those people remembered they need to be bicultural today? And so that's what that was all about, was telling us to wake up and make sure we learn there are two nations in this country.
Can I just add to that I think it's very true that, as we talked about before, that some of the leadership that had been shown by the League had diminished a little bit within a period of time. And I think issues like integration, I mean, we were seen as perhaps supporting that in some way, some form of integration. As Aroha said, it might have been not in exactly the same terms that the Crown thought, but I think it's fair to say that in the 70s and 80s there was quite a bit of criticism of the League by the generation that was far more activist than the League was, and I think that's clear. It's something I think ngā hui e te awa kōtuku spoke about that. There were issues around feminism and what that meant for Māori and so on. But I think for those who were more active in terms of issues like tikaparawha and so on, I think the League was probably a little bit more of a passive supporter during those periods of time. I don't think, I mean, there were some, I mean, if we think about the Land March, you know, Whina had some quite strong views about what happened at the end of the Land March and so on. So there was probably a little bit of tension, I guess, between what had been the League and how we had dealt with issues. Like if you look at the Springbok Tour issues, the Te Reo petition was something the League was very strongly supportive of, but it was a different kind of activism to what you really saw in the 70s, and probably that changed a little bit of the face of the League as well during that period.
And I want to add to that, sometimes the relationships are outside the League, because it's when we have activism from Ripeka, from Donna, from Ene, from ngā Wahine katoa, that's really important for the evolution of us, because they're raising a voice that needs to be heard. And we're seeing that now with the Toi Tūropu. You know, I didn't really know that Donna got arrested because I was busy delivering babies. You know, so it was not till this hearing, actually, I'm hearing more. But I saw her on TV because I was little when we got a TV. So I could see, you know, them in the land marches and everything. Their voice was really important for me as a Wahine Māori who hadn't joined the League, because it made me think of my grandparents, because, you know, I was with my nanny lots on both sides, because I'm the oldest moko on both sides of my parents. So I have long memories of having, under the mahau of our marae, with lots of nannies. They were the bosses of our marae. And so I had that. Now, when they all died, well, who am I going to look to? I looked to some of them. I could see them, they were publicly visible, I could hear them, and they were speaking like how I remembered my nanny. So they were really important for Wahine Māori who are in their own homes.
I was going to ask, in terms of the sort of internal Māori world dynamic, are you regularly consulted by, like, the iwi Leaders Forum?
I would have to say I have good relationships with the iwi leaders. I have asked about why we can't come. I'm just going to think. I try not to throw anyone under the bus. We've been invited and uninvited to the same hui. That doesn't stop us from still engaging with the iwi leaders. We don't have to go to their... We have our conference, we don't invite them. So, you know, they can have their conference and not invite us, and it's e pai ana. At some point in time, if we want to transform our country, we're going to have to all talk together. So that's where I have reconciled my thinking around the Iwi Chairs Forum. Just because we're not present at that hui doesn't mean we don't talk anyway. We can still talk, and we do. Same with New Zealand Māori Council. I don't go to their hui. Yes. I've got enough hui. But I still talk to the members of the New Zealand Māori Council, you know, and so we have a role together in terms of te mātāwai, a relationship, and so it doesn't prevent us, because we're also part of the hapu and iwi that they're talking about.
I think the other thing about it is that as you become of age, and I can talk about age, but also because I'm a dame, that I can walk into the iwi chairs hui anytime. You know, they still hold that Māori kind of respect for, so even though they're different bodies, they have those basic understandings we have as a Māori. So we do get to talk to. And I think the other thing I wanted to say that while it's in my head, that because of the Springbok tour that Prue raised, the league had real strong feelings about it. And I can remember ringing Meda up one time in Auckland, and she was saying she was feeling unwell, but I've written these words. And I said to her, wow. Anyway, she took her words to the conference, and that's the league's creed today. So if you want to know what those beautiful words are, it's in the constitution of the league. And that's the creed they say every year now. And it was about not being non-racist and understanding where we were as Māori.
Has your constitution been filed? Is it on the record of inquiry? Oh, okay. And I just have a nuts and bolts question. And maybe we've heard this in the evidence, but just double checking. What is the membership today of the league?
Where's our operations manager? Is she still here?
Yeah, she's there.
What is our numbers, Wanda? 3462.
3462. Thank you. And just one last question. How much did you get in the budget?
1.5 a year. 1.5 a year.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Those are all my questions. And thank you for coming and giving evidence. I was talking to Araha earlier, and she said she was really nervous talking in front of you all, and I feel kind of the same way. But thank you for being, answering our questions and coming and giving your evidence.
Kei te kāhui ka hika o wahine Māori tēnā koutou. He nui ngā whakaaro I roto i au. The overwhelming feeling I had is that I was extremely disappointed I wasn't able to listen to Dr. Harris's evidence and to be able to fire off some of my questions. I want to test them out, and I want to give a heads up on what some of my questions are. Not to delve down, because I don't think we've got enough time to have a full wānanga about some of these the concepts I want to know about. Things such as hearing you, Dame Areta, talk about tātou. That's because I went looking for the meaning of. We all know what tātou means. It's just a common expression. But in looking through Dr. Harris's thesis and finding the explanation from Rumatiki rights, I think saying we are one whare, which then I extrapolated that as the whare that's on the logo. Kei te tika tērā, aua, whakaro. Yeah, and so I was really wondering how far that metaphor, that concept is extended within the league around the whare. Just quote korongo atu ki o kōrero, Dr. Tupara, about 3 houses, but more around is the metaphor of a whare, we are all one whare, is that it is inclusive of non-Māori, inclusive of men, is it inclusive of whole community, or is it about a whare where wahine can hold the status of wahine in a formal way? Is it tangata whenua side and then inviting money? So my feeling is that's a long explanation as to what that might be, and it may be better for me to provide that in writing and to have a more full explanation in that way, because I've got other questions that I wanted to get onto. So that's a heads up on that one. But the other one is listening to you, Dr. Tupara, about ministers not knowing much. I feel a little bit like a minister. I felt like I always didn't know much about the league, but I knew a lot of women who were in the league. For me, it was like a secret society. They always referred to it as the league, and And in my life, heaps of kuia from Taranaki, you know, Ivy Papakura, Tuti Wetere, Kath Rangi, Mary Turner. They were like, and my strongest memory of them is they were staunch advocates for rangatai, what I saw, but maybe because that's where I was. And so the other one is that I've grown up in sort of like an Ātarangi environment, you know, and so I see strong wahine league influence, you know, Liz Hunkin, Paeruha, and others through Ātarangi. The question I have is really around how does there's two parts. The one is how does maybe the first part is in writing, is how does the league manage the relationship with all of these different bodies around the country, and is that different to how an organisation, a male organisation, would run? Is there certain context in which the different rohe, how they interact, and how mana wahine is recognised within the rangatiratanga of each one of these rohe? Do they come with their own voice? Is that recognised in a full way? And is that, moving to the second one, is that different to the way in which men would operate as an organisation? Because I'm picking you have a lot of involvement with male-oriented organisations as well, so you maybe see the difference?
Answer to tato, because I always just lived by that, and I think that was what the One House was. We all had one of those, but we were all going into the same organisation at that time.
So it's a reflection of the organisation.
Yeah, thinking of the organisation, and we did have Pākehā. Anyone was able to come in, but it was basically Māori women, and a lot of men married Pākehā women who wanted to then join. Well, we never ever said no. And I think the other thing is to always remember that right from when the league started, there were a band of men always sitting around. The kaumātua always came and sat around the side to listen, because the women sometimes had more interesting topics for them to hear. Kia ora.
Ka pai.
Be it from me to speak on behalf of men's organisations, I can't really answer that question, sorry. In terms of our organisation, the mana of our organisation sits with our pika across the motu. So it's not really us that manages all the relationships that all of our pika have. They can do that because they're in their own communities. We've got representatives of pika here today. One of them's here in Te Whanganui-a-Tara, another one's in Opotiki. She's going to come after us, Grayson. So the pika in their own communities, the branches, they are the ones who are managing the relationships. They have their own mana, our pika. So it's quite a distributed rangatiratanga across the motu. Rather than sitting, even though you're talking with us, and I might be the māngai with central government, actually the real mahi with our whānau is in the communities with our members. And when they get together as a rohe, so we have 8 rohe across the motu, and they might congregate as pika in their rohe and talk about issues that are relevant to their rohe. So it's quite I don't know other models that work like this. That's how we work.
Sounds very similar to Ātarangi, how Ātarangi works.
Yeah.
I suppose the question I've got, and rangatiratanga from Wahine Māori perspective, I see the league as like an embodiment of that as well, and that I'm trying to come to terms with the way in which it would be easy for leadership to be perceived. If Wahine wanted to take leadership roles, then the view was to become and be a leader more like a male would lead an organisation. And so leadership would be couched in the terms of maybe being more aggressive or maybe more, and I don't want to build stereotypes around this, but is there a way in which you look at leadership as having specific characteristics that is characteristic of Wahine Māori in the first instance, because I'm thinking that when we're talking about leadership in higher levels in business and within large organisations, it's about forming a pipeline. Where do Wahine Māori enter into a pipeline so that they are recognised locally and then recognised within the regions and then recognised nationally to take on roles that currently are taken by mostly male?
Well, we do that in our peka because our tamariki come to our hui. You know, that's where it starts. That's how we all started, because we had a mentor, usually our mother, our sister, or our auntie. Those things are not valued, though. If you're looking at corporate bodies or Crown agencies, the process that happens from the time you're a baby right up to you becoming a young woman might have nothing to do with being in a corporate, nothing to do with being in a board, but you might actually be quite skilled at being able to run a hui. But they're not recognised. Just the other day I looked at the criteria for a board member on Health NZ. There's no criteria in there, no valuing of te ao Māori at all in those criteria. And so the odds are stacked up against us to be able to get into particular boards if we're going to value what te ao Māori brings to the tepu. That might actually be quite helpful. And I think women would, this is just my bias, women might actually do a better job of running the country, to be honest with you. Just because we develop those skills from a very early age. It's partly that nurturing, partly that, caring for your siblings, for your parents. I might be just talking about my own experience maybe, but you learn very early on about looking after your whānau. That's really important when you go onto a board because you come on there with a particular ethos about looking after others. I don't know if that's answered.
I think if we're talking about the kinds of pipelines or pathways and so on, and I think there was a question, might have been you, Kim, the other day about the private boards and so on. I think we kind of have to start from a position where equity here in Aotearoa includes te tiriti. If we don't have that, then we're always going to have an excuse for exclusion. And, we see the Ministry for Women, for example, talks about women on boards and some form of gender equity and so on, and diversity. But we don't actually value the te tiriti aspect in terms of how we look at placement on boards and so on. And I think, we do that. Ministry for Women puts out annual reports about women on boards, and we're not represented. They don't include in there the number of women who have positions as leadership roles within runanga, within hauora entities, etc. They just don't figure because we have a very, very narrow view of what that leadership looks like. And I think if we were going to make any kind of change, we have to start requiring, like we'd start with Crown public sector boards, we have to start having them recording what their membership is. We talk about issues like quota systems, for example. From a private sector area, the Crown should be looking very carefully about who they give their Crown contracts to. And, you mightn't be able to influence, for example, who is actually appointed onto a private sector board, but they can certainly influence what private sector companies get government contracts if they're not meeting the kind of issues of having representation on their governance boards that includes Māori. And, those are steps that the Crown could take pretty easily. I mean, they do have some requirements now in relation to Crown boards, but in terms of the private sector boards, those are some ways in which they can do it. And then you can look at monitoring that. You can look at a greater transparency. I mean, we don't have really good transparency on boards in New Zealand. Australia has a much better systems, a little bit better systems. So there are ways and steps that we can take so that we can have those pathways, and then we can look at the mentoring, because we need to be developing mentoring systems for our young women coming through, where they can be taken through the pathways, because that's what happens. That kind of, they call it patronage, I suppose that's a male word, is it? Patronage. But yes, they have the systems where people are brought through onto, a lot of the women leaders that we see sitting on quite public boards have been brought through by other people. We've just, we need to look at how we resource doing that for very capable young Wahine Māori coming through.
There's also, there's some obvious things too around, for example, the number of women that are incarcerated. I don't understand why we are not a go-to organisation to work with corrections. I really don't understand that. If you want support and help with reducing those numbers of women who are currently incarcerated, why wouldn't you work with Māori women as a Crown agency to deal with that take? It makes no sense to me. And it's not from our lack of trying. Prue tried for a long time under her when she was the president. I have just re-engaged with corrections again. I mention it in my brief of evidence that I tried working with corrections. Then they've created a Justice Sector Directorate, which is all the chief executives. That's done nothing. That's done nothing to help and reduce the number of Māori women that are incarcerated. It sounds like a whole lot of chief executives having a meeting, but what we want is to see action on the ground. We genuinely want to help and support get those women out of prison, but I don't get it why no one's listening. It's a real injustice for us and for the women that are incarcerated. It's a real injustice.
I suppose that's what I was trying to get to with my silly question, is that if the rules around being on a directorship and when the applications go out say we want to show evidence of your being on directors in other organisation, effective managers, and those are the parameters in which you are judged in terms of going for it, it doesn't sound like it includes some of the things that you're doing. It doesn't really include things such as demonstration of groundedness within communities. It doesn't demonstrate the role that you've played in mentoring people into roles. It doesn't talk about whakapapa connections. And at the moment those things maybe are seen to be over there. This is outside of the scope of being a director, but in actual fact, they are a reflection of rangatiratanga that we carry, but it is not recognised within the system. I also went looking for the constitution. I found the strategic agreement with Oranga Tamariki, and there's a heap of different perspectives, working with tamariki, economic, social, cultural development, employment. I won't even go through this. It's such a wide scope. And so I then went looking for the values, and I couldn't really find anything with a list of values. And the closest I came to was, I'm not sure that it was a pau at the beginning of your brief of evidence. There's a waiata, or is it a pau? At the very start, a pau. And to me, that sort of spoke to the values I was looking for. So that sounded like values from a Māori perspective, and I wondered whether we can recognise rangatiratanga within mana wahine, within the values that recognise the role that you're talking about in the mahi you do every day, as opposed to maybe the sort of parameters that have been set within the directorships that are in. I don't know, maybe that's maybe not a question, but and perhaps that it could be provided in writing, and I was thinking about putting those sorts of things to Dr. Harris. Tēnā koutou.
Well, tēnā koutou. I'm just aware that time is moving along, and we do have another witness to complete before 1 p.m. One of the areas that I'm interested in exploring, and no doubt we will get to it in the Whairawa Po, is the role of the Māori Women's Development Inc. And, the work that does in terms of economic development and the seeding of enterprise amongst Māori women. So that is not for us today. There'll be an opportunity in other parts of the inquiry to hear about that. So my panel members have really adequately covered the range. I've just indicated to you what I'm interested in hearing about in the future. Rukiri shared he was aware of many wahine, obviously, in Taranaki who were members of the League. I had a sort of a vague sort of feeling that possibly my grandmother belonged to the League. And I went and had a conversation with Mr. Google and, in fact, confirmed that was the case. She was a member of the inaugural Pōneke branch of the League when it started up in the 1950s. So that was interesting for me to discover that. But I know more about her experience or her time. So I want to thank you for your evidence that you've given to us, the way in which you've given your evidence to us, the very collaborative, cooperative way in which the evidence of the current and past presidents has been given, and in fact the 381 claimants during the course of the week. It's been the way you've worked together, I think, has been really tremendous. So I'm very happy about that. So thank you for your evidence, and over to you, Ms. Chestnut.
We were going to sing a waiata, but I would like to wait for Grayson because she's representing us and she's our young leader who's coming, and she's got a better waiata than us.
Aroha mai mum, just before we hand the rākau over to Ms. Papuni McClellan, there is, just for clarity, just one point of, there's no points of re-examination required of the presidents, but I did note the panel's question about the Constitution. I understand that's not on the record, but I can attend to filing that after this hearing week.
Yes, please.
The only other matter, Mum, is Mrs. Barrett does need to catch a flight home, so she'll be leaving very shortly to ensure she makes it there. But to our esteemed former and current presidents, ngā mihi kia koutou, thank you so much for your evidence today. I'll stay here. Ka pai. I'll hand the rākau across to Ms. Castle, who will be leading Ms. Papuni McClellan.
He mihi mahana kia koutou katoa. Nōku te maringa nui ki te whakamohio atu I tō mātou kai kōrero mutunga o te wiki nei, ko Grace and Papuni McClellan tōna ingoa. He mokopuna tēnei no te whakatohia, te whānau apa nui, Ngāti Parau, Ngāti Pāhauera me te moana nui a kiwa anō hoki. He māngai rangatahi a Grace mō te rōpū wahine Māori toko I te ora. Ka mihi a hau ki tōna maia, ki te tū I te mure o te ahi, I mua I te rōpū whakamana I te tiriti, hei kai kōrero. E tika ana te kōrero ka hao te rangatahi. Ms. Papuni McClellan is representative of Ms. Chestnut's statement earlier that the League members are young and old. The League is not simply a nanny's club. She represents the League's youth membership and its leadership of the future. She will be presenting speaking notes and she's young, so she's also prepared a flash PowerPoint, which she will speak to today, both of which we will formally attend to filing following the presentation. E mihi kawana ki a koe, Grayson, kei a koe te papa.
Could we please have the PowerPoint? Ka pai. Tēnā koe te kaiwhakawā, tēnā koutou te rōpū whakamana I te tiriti o Waitangi. Madam President, Dr. Hope Tupara, tēnā koe. Ki ngā mārei kura o te rōpū wahine Māori toko I te ora, nei rā te mihi nui kia koutou. Oti rā tēnā koutou katoa. Before presenting my evidence, I wish to formally acknowledge the original claimants, and in particular, our Nani Ārita, whose presence today reminds us of the strength, legacy and mana carried by those who first stood for this claim. Could we move on to the next slide, please? Thank you. In this presentation, I aim to highlight 3 key points that are seamlessly woven into my written brief. The first point is that the League's membership is intergenerational and we foster intergenerational leadership. To the next slide, please. I must acknowledge 2 women whose legacy breathes life into my work. My late kuia, Doreen McCorkindale, who was president of our pika in Opotiki, and my mama, who's here today, Annette, our current president. I am currently preparing to take over as president of our pika in July. My kuia was also the national vice president and on the national executive, and those are roles I one day aspire to hold. Raised deeply within the League, my journey began as a toddler, perched on my mother's feet at branch meetings, absorbing the wisdom of our kuia. By age 12, I embraced the cherished responsibility of preparing cups of tea, and today I proudly serve as a League representative at international, national, regional and community levels. The League was never just an organisation to my kuia and my mama, it was a movement, a beacon of hope, a space where wahine Māori could assert their power and shape the future. The 2 remits implemented last year to introduce a new youth membership category and to include a youth representative on the national executive demonstrate our steps towards succession planning as an intergenerational organisation. They mark deliberate shifts from an era of merely supporting roles or making the cups of tea to one where the younger members become active in shaping decisions alongside our Pākeke and kuia, just as traditionally we learnt at the feet of our kaumātua. Could we please move to the next slide? This slide here shows specific examples of leadership opportunities I have been presented to within the League. Number one, being a delegate for my peka at the National Conference at the age of 23. Number two, being sponsored to attend the Māori Governance Summit. Number three, standing in Times Square moments before presenting my oral submission to the UN. And finally, helping lead the breast screening Aotearoa kaupapa tātou within my region. The League is a vital space for wahine Māori that bridges grassroots activism within global advocacy, creating a dynamic, intergenerational leadership model. A clear example is Madam President taking a cohort of rangatahi to the 69th session on the Commission on the Status of Women at the United Nations in New York, and giving us platforms to speak as representatives of the League. The League's intergenerational framework breaks down the barriers that young wahine Māori often face by opening up governance opportunities typically out of our reach. It transforms traditional mentorship into a robust system of empowerment, ensuring that today's youth grow into tomorrow's leaders. Could we have the next slide, please? The second point is that we are active at the grassroots, hapori and peka level to regional, national and international levels. Within the League, we are on the ground. We know our people. We have visibility in our communities and we have strong relationships. We do the best we can with our limited resourcing and capacity. And the next slide, please. At peka level, we are on the ground within our hapori, running events for the current breast screening Aotearoa kaupapa, collaborating with local community organisations, building a strong peka with amazing wahine from our community, and reinforcing intergenerational leadership. In this slide is a photo of myself, my mama and my tuakana, and we are all members of our Pōtiki peka. Most of the mahi we do as a peka often goes undocumented, not because it lacks significance, but because we are deeply immersed in the work itself. When we pick up our mama and pepe for midwife appointments, or sit beside a wahine in tears who is trying to navigate the wind system, reaching for a camera never crosses our minds. In those moments, we're in full mahi mode, focused entirely on supporting our wahine in whatever they need. What is different about the work of our members is that we offer guidance, reassurance, and practical assistance from lived experience. This hands-on relational approach ensures wahine feel empowered rather than overwhelmed. We hold trusted community connections. One member of our peka has become a particularly vital pillar of support, with wahine and tamariki turning to her for culturally aligned guidance before engaging with mainstream systems. Her service and presence offers familiarity and trust that institutional systems often lack. And the next slide, please. At regional level again, we are promoting the current national breast screening Aotearoa kaupapa. We attend and support locally led kaupapa in particular, and pictured here, the Mātātua Declaration 30-year commemoration symposium. In the top group photo, it shows the age demographics of our region that was represented at the 2024 National Conference. Kōtiro, Pākeke and kuia in attendance. The black and white photo here is a replica photo for the 75th celebrations of the League. As a rohe, we dressed in 50s themed kākahu to celebrate the legacy of the kuia that started the League in 1951. And the next slide, please. At a national level, the mahi scales up, and it covers the entire motu. Here in these whakahua, I have examples of national kaupapa. Some you've seen before, again, the breast screening kaupapa. You can see examples of national engagement in the Toitu Te Tiriti kaupapa, with our kōtiro and rangatahi leading the way. National conference is pictured in there too. And in the bottom right corner here is Census 2023, where there was collaborations across the motu with almost all of our regions. A particular kaupapa I became quickly educated on, as my mama was a lead for the East Coast and Greater Wellington region census operations. Again, an example of intergenerational and cross-networking within the League with other organisations. And the next slide. Moving on to the international stage. These whakahua are just a handful from my international opportunities and mahi within the League. Some show me presenting my oral statement at the United Nations. Others include rangatahi from other women's organisations of Aotearoa, which we collaborated with for a youth event in New York. Another photo captures my oral statement on behalf of youth from the Oceania and Pacific region at a Women Deliver event in New York. An opportunity to speak for a global women's organisation that stemmed directly from my mahi within the League, showcasing its impact in elevating youth voices on a global stage. And my next slide. The third point is that from a rangatahi perspective, the League's biggest barriers to advancing wahine Māori and whānau are having to respond to Crown Te Tiriti breaches. My experience has been that the League's capacity is largely taken up by responding to Crown breaches of Te Tiriti in the following ways. And the next slide, please. Number one, the exclusion from decision-making. The League fosters wahine Māori leadership through independent governance structures, policy advocacy and representation in national and global forums. Number two, the failure to recognise mana wahine. The League restores Māori women's authority by amplifying their voices in governance, reinforcing whakapapa-based leadership and ensuring intergenerational empowerment. Number three, the disproportionate social and economic hardships. The League addresses inequities through initiatives in health, education and economic development, ensuring Māori women have access to culturally responsive support. Number four, the neglect of kaupapa Māori solutions. The League champions Māori-led approaches, resisting imposed Western framework and ensuring services aligned with tikanga Māori. And number five, the denial of whānau-centred care. The League advocates for Māori-led welfare solutions, ensuring whānau-centred care is prioritised and intergenerational healing is supported. And the next slide, please. I have thought about how I am scared to bring a child into the current political environment. We cannot trust the government to protect and promote our interests. That pauritanga turns into anger. As a rangatahi of the League, I refuse to accept exclusion. Instead, I will fight to be heard. I work actively to carve out spaces, challenge outdated systems, and connect my grassroots movements with global conversations. Grounded in tikanga and te reo Māori, my resistance is strengthened by cultural knowledge passed through generations, shaping leadership that prioritises preservation and equity. The wero we lay before the Crown is clear: relinquish control. Following a prolonged 32 wait, our queers claim has now reached the Waitangi Tribunal, marking the culmination of an intergenerational pursuit for justice. Our energy should not be spent remedying breaches. It should be directed toward advancing the aspirations of our wahine, ensuring they lead, thrive, and determine their own futures. Honour te tiriti and let our kuia rest. Tēnā koutou.
Tēnā koe, Grayson. Please remain for any pātai from the panel.
Tēnā koe, Grayson. Thank you for your evidence. The first thing that occurs to me is, have you thought about a career in the law?
That's what I was thinking.
Yes, just not yet.
Okay. Look, I mean, just a question which occurred to me. You talked about the layers in the organisation, and I guess we've talked about the collective nature of operating and so on and so forth. But the flip side of that is that it does seem quite hierarchical to me. Is that, have I got that? That's just my impression. Is that wrong? Is that the way in which the organisation is layered? How does that facilitate or alternatively hinder the work that you do?
I think that I wouldn't call it a hierarchy. I would call it a whakapapa-based leadership model. in terms of the mahi that we do in the layers to our organisation. I think to be fair in not only today's society, but the society that was in place and, you know, the environment that our queer that formed the organisation we're in was a very colonised society. We have elements of colonisation within our organisation that us rangatahi are challenging. So when we do look at it as a hierarchy, we may have some concerns, but definitely from my perspective as a member, I never ever look at it as hierarchy. I see it as definitely as whakapapa. I think, you know, our pepe all the way to our queer, it's layers, and we often have conversation in our pikahui that our leadership's not like this. Although we have a whare for our logo, our leadership's not like this, especially under Madam President Dr. Hope. We see it as this. We're all level, we all have a voice, we all have the opportunity to bring issues to the table, whether that be remits at national conference, issues at regional hui, or, you know, just normal discussions at our pika hui. So I hope that answers your pātai.
Yeah, thank you. Concerning the, you know, the types of issues that might particularly be of importance or concern to rangatahi in this day and age, and how the league includes those types of issues. I'm just wondering in terms of LBQTG issues, the engagement with the league in that space.
From a pika level, we had a mama approach us, for example, we had a mama approach us who has a non-binary tamariki, and she asked, can they be a member? And straight away, we had a discussion as a pika, and there's no problems with that. Historically and traditionally within our Māori societies, we had LGBTQ plus timia. We had them in our society. There's whakapapa, there's history, there's traditions, and there's pūrākau that tell us about that. So who are we to say no? Who are we as an organisation, and especially from a rangatahi perspective, you know, that's an issue or that's a kaupapa that we see so clearly these days. So who are we to say no? We honour the role of men as well, despite being a Māori, Wahine Māori organisation. And from a youth perspective, I think that's one thing I aspire to put the pānui out as well, is that we are supportive of that and we are open, and that is because we acknowledge our whakapapa and our histories.
Grace, and I'll just see whether other panel members have questions for you. Kim, do you have any pātai?
I do just have one, and it's about something that you're talking about in your brief of evidence, about a treaty-consistent future. And you talk about, particularly about this requiring seats at decision-making tables and partnerships with Māori communities. What else do you think needs to happen for there to be a treaty-consistent future for Wahine Māori? Is that para 23 of your brief?
I think it goes back to some of the comments that our past national presidents have alluded to as well, that, you know, having seats on boards that we don't get a look into, or just starting on the grassroots level, if I would be honest. Within our own league, within our own organisation, we wish to establish a youth caucus as well, so that we are really walking our talk as well within our own organisation. But I think, to be honest, that pātai is huge, especially from a rangatahi perspective. So if I could give you a more formal written answer, tēnā koe.
That's fine, and I also just wanted to say what a wonderful way for us to close out our proceedings this week. Kia ora.
Tēnā koe. Are you unusual? I mean, in the sense... the young women that you grew up with and went to school with, are they also interested in the league and being members of it?
Yes, they are interested, but we're all different. For example, I could be here today and one of my friends or, a similar rangatahi could be at home with her badge on at a tangihana, at serving in the marae for a hapuhui. We all bring different elements to the table. So, Carl, I'm not unusual. We all just bring our different ways of life to the tepu. When I go home, it's back to gumboots and back to the marae or back to the whare, to do practical mahi on the ground. So, no, Carl, not unusual, just we are opening these spaces and we're fighting to be heard. I hope at all the next hearings we have multiple rangatahi up here as well.
Right, thank you. That might have been better expressed, but at least I got a laugh. Thank you very much.
Tēnā koe kua au anō tētahi e whakaaro atu ana he pai kia mutu I roto I te rangatahi. My question is really around the youth succession that you spoke of within the league, and whether it is structured in a way that there are set times in training, or is it informal? And is it linked to contracts such as the breast screening contracts and that they come through? Is there specific focus of training for youth? And so does it get financial support, or is it just done as a natural part of what the league stands for?
Tēnā koe. At the moment it's informal. I would say that it's informal. But as I alluded to in my brief and in my kōrero, last year we passed the 2 remits to have the formal acknowledgement of youth within our organisation. So I think that's the first step to the formalisation of having this real huge rangatahi presence within the league. So we can secure funding for our own contracts or support contracts. I had a lot of pātai asking why would I be involved with the breast screening Aotearoa campaign when I don't even fit within the demographics to be screened. And I said to them, my mama, my kuia, these wahine here, I want them to live for as long as they can. I want our rangatahi to be educated. We're so overrepresented in these statistics for all these health issues. We should be involved at this age. So yes, I hope that those remits are the first step as to formalising our youth presence and securing contracts for our youth and having that formal space for us.
Tēnā koe. Karawe te rāwhakautu.
Kua mutu tērā kōrero, I understand. We'll conclude with a waiata.
Whakarongo tautoko, whakarongo tautoko, wahine ma, maranga mai ki a kaha. Wahine ma, maranga mai ki a kaha. Whakarongo tautoko, whakarongo tautoko. Kia maura, I te mana motu hake me te aroha. Kia maura, I te mana motu hake me te aroha. Whakarongo tautoko. Toko.
Aku mihi ki a koe e Grayson, and we have reached the end of the evidence for this week. Just before our kaikarakia closes us off for this part of the proceedings, I want to move through just a couple of admin issues, just to make sure that we're all clear about those. So, first of all, we have the filing timetable, and in terms of, if you have that in front of you, in terms of the matters which are to be dealt with for hearing 1, now, claimant responses to the questions of clarification were to be filed by the 3rd of June. That's been and gone. I understand some are in, some are on their way, but I'll just check with the Crown as to, or maybe people can just let me know where they are with their particular questions, because we need to set a date for that to be done and dusted, so then we can then move on to the next time thing, which will be then the written questions of cross-examination by the Crown once they've received all those clarifications. How are you doing with that, Ms. Dean, in terms of what's been received?
Kia ora. As far as I'm aware, we've only received the questions of clarification from Dr. Harris.
Okay.
I think I might need to double check that, but so I think the majority we're still waiting on.
All right. Okay. Well, I guess given that there's still quite a number to come in, I need to set a date for those to be in. So I am thinking about the end of next week, Friday, the coming week. Is that doable? A month is too long. Yeah.
Now, because of the tribunal's timetables, to actually be in places where they aren't, because of the wānanga that are being run by the tribunal. So if we don't comply with it, it's not out of contempt for yourself, Mum. It's for contempt for the fact that we as council are being asked to do. And I've been in 6 back-to-back weeks of hearings now, because for whatever reason you've decided to set all of those hearings in around the country and away from where our witnesses live.
Well, when you say you've sought those hearings, I haven't sought those hearings around the country, so presumably you're referring to the other presiding officers in the tribunal.
The tribunal is an institution, Mum, and
Okay.
I think you're part of that.
Yeah. Yep.
And you do have
I take your point.
to set out those matters. And some of the directions, I want this on the record, some of the directions are given, for example, 1 week before the actual hearing is being convened next week. And that makes it very, very difficult for council. And I've been doing this work for 40 years, and it's the most disrespect I've had from an institution to senior council involved in significant hearings, because we're not only in this jurisdiction.
Well, thank you for that feedback, Ms. Sykes. Albeit, we need to keep this process moving. So somewhere between the end of next week and the month that you are indicating, we're going to arrive at something that works for both of us. My aspiration is that this inquiry will now start to accelerate, and there's some kōrero going on within the tribunal in terms of prioritisation of particular inquiries. We haven't got to the point where we're ready to go public with that, but part of the consideration there is, in fact, the load that council are carrying with multiple processes, multiple inquiries, all overlapping one another. So, you know, we do hear that concern, and we're trying to address that. Coming back to the specific, so if we say 2 weeks from today for those answers to come in. And then the Crown, how from that date in terms of the written questions of cross-examination?
So can I just confirm, so is the date that has been set down for questions, so for responses to the questions?
Yes.
Clarification, is that...
2 weeks from today.
Is that Matariki?
Oh, is that a holiday?
It might need to be either way, or is it the... So it might need to be either, is it the 19th or whatever the Monday is after?
Yeah. Yeah. So is that on a Friday? Yes. Okay, so the following Monday. 23rd. And then we had programmed 2 weeks in from that point for the Crown questions of cross-examination, so that would then be around about the 7th of July or thereabouts.
Yes, that's right. And I'd add that we'll endeavour to work as they're filed as well, so acknowledging the desire to accelerate things, so try not to wait until then, but I think 2 weeks, which perhaps is the 7th of July.
Okay. Well, we will confirm this in a memorandum directions, but I'm just looking for an indication of those dates. And then the same date, 7th of July or thereabouts, for Coordinating Council to give us an update on the revised draft statement of issues. And then we have the 2 other dates, which we have there, and we will work out what those exact dates are. Those are for the claimant responses to the written questions of cross-examination and the statement of agreed facts. Now, the other matter that I did want to raise was the joint research group and the progress with the rangatiratanga report. I'm obviously concerned that if we are starting to move at a fairly quick pace through this PO, that there's no sign of that report as yet. So can I have an indication as to at least where you are in the process with that?
Tēnā koe, ma'am. Ms. Ratan speaking. Just to indicate, I believe we had planned to meet next week, and some work obviously has been happening and discussions across the course of this week can indicate that.
Yeah.
And I imagine that we're going to provide an update as soon as we're able to.
All right, okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm just also noting that that's been pushed out a couple of times, so it would be really good to get to a point where we have a clear response from you.
That's what we're trying to provide.
Okay, next week. Thank you. Now, Ms. Dean, did we reach a date? Was it the end of this week, or in terms of the your memorandum on potential conflicts and disclosure?
It was the end of the following.
Oh, end of the following week. Okay.
2 weeks. I can't remember exactly the date. So not next Friday. The
All right.
Friday after.
Staff will have a record of that. That's my faulty memory. Okay. Last matters on my list are. Yes.
So will that be timetabled?
Yeah, it will be. Obviously, I'll receive that response from the Crown, and depending what the Crown have got to say, if that there will be an opportunity. So just ensuring that we have complete filing. So for the record of inquiry, we have PowerPoints and summaries that have been used in the last couple of days, and other documents that have been mentioned, such as the Constitution. We could just ensure that those come in as well. All right, so those are the matters that I wanted to raise. So that brings the...
Oh, sorry, ma'am. I just had one matter that I wanted to just quickly check with you.
Ms. Hauraki.
At our last judicial conference, we'd signalled that following this hearing, we'd look to coordinate a hui to discuss, or sort of an initial hui to discuss a joint statement of relief, and that was going to be led out by the Y381 claimants, and we sort of pushed it out in order to prepare for this hearing. But I think you'd signalled at that judicial conference that we could liaise with tribunal staff in terms of utilising the tribunal's buildings, and I just was wanting to check that that is still available.
Yes, that offer is definitely on the table. So it's use of either the space on level 7, the level 7 boardroom. That's probably a good accessible space. And that would be, I would probably, if you would just liaise in the first instance with yourself or with the registrar about that. So it'd be a matter of just finding a date when that's available, and obviously your participants are available as well.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yeah. Anything else? All right, well that brings to a close the formal part of the hearings process. I'm just going to hand the rākau to my panel member, Dr. Hond.
Tēnā tātou, kua tai ki te hiku mutunga o tēnei wāhanga i a tātou i roto i te whare. Ko te nuinga o ngā kōrero i runga i te kreme nei 381. Nō reira, he koera te mihi nui nei i roto i a tātou. Ai mua i te tuku atu ki a tū, ki te tuku i te karakia, kia whakahoki atu te kaupapa o te whare ki te haukainga, kua noho tātou i roto i te whare mō ngā rā e whā. We have a short amount of time if anyone wants to express acknowledgement of the kaupapa that we have here. We don't have a large amount of time. There's probably only 10 minutes, so ka aroha ki tērā, before we ka whakawhiti atu ki tērā o ngā whare mua no i te tū ki te tuku karakia. Nō reira, kei te pirangi whakawātea i te papa ki a koutou e pirangi ana ki te tuku kōrero. Wahine, tāne, kei te pai i roto i te whare.
Te tōtahi, he take nui te mihi ki tēnei whare tipuna, e whātoro mai nei ki a mātou, e kōrero ana i te wiki kōpahure. Koutou ngā tipuna e ringi ana ki runga o ngā pakitara. Ko koutou ngā whakaahua, ngā mātanga omua, ngā ahorangi. Koutou e tūtū nei tēnei whare. Tēnā koutou, kia koutou. Ki tēnei au hoki te heranga o tēnā kāwai whakapapa o tēnā kāwai whakapapa. Ko tātou tira, ni? Kei te mihi ki a koutou aku hoa o te Y381. Kāre kore he take nui tēnei mō te ao whānui, mō te ao Māori, mō ngā wahine Māori puta noa i te motu. Tēnā koutou, tō koutou taumaha, tō koutou aroha kia kawe, tēnei kreme, mai te tīmatanga tai noa atu ki tēnei wā. Ka nui tērā, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou. Kia koutou, te whānau ko hara mai, te tautoko, te aki, ngā te hapai, ngā kōrero, me tēnei kaupapa o tātou ngā wahine Māori, tēnā koutou. A koutou ngā roia, a koutou ngā whānau e mātakitaki ana tēnā koutou. Koutou ngā roia, te mea te toko maha hea wahine, ka aroha ki ngā tāne, tēnā koutou. Tino pai koutou e noho ana ki Wainganui a tātou, tēnā koutou. Kia koe te kai whakawā koutou o te tēpū nei, he mihi aroha ki a koutou, e whakawhiti ana a mātou whakaaro ki te krauna. He mahi nui tērā, ki te whakatū te Māori mana motu hake, e hehe ana te katoa o mātou, tēnā koutou. Me ngā kaimahi katoa ki roto tēnei whare, heka mā ko wareware au taku mihi ki te haukainga, tia o whānui. Me tēnei ngā rangatira o tēnei whare wānanga o tātou. Nō reira, he paku noa te kōrero, i rongo ki tō kōrero o Ruakere. Paku rawa te kōrero, nō reira tēnā koutou. Kia ora tātou katoa. I don't know what's our waiata.
Ka waiata, ka Maria, inei whakai, whakamea te mai, te whare tangata. Ine purotu, ine ngako, ine rangi marie. Ko te whaia, o te ao.
Tēnā koutou.
Tēnā tātou katoa, tēnā tātou I rungi te āhuatanga o te wā. Tēnā tātou I rungi I te kaupapa o te wā. Nō reira tēnei te mihi atu ki o koutou katoa, ki o koutou e noho ana kei konei, kia rātou. Just wanted to say thank you for all of the people that have come both to the hearings this week, but mai rāno since we first began in Kirikiri. This is a marathon, and so Matiro and I are in a marathon in 3 weeks' time, so we'll go back into training tomorrow for a different sort of marathon, but just tuku mihi ki o koutou katoa to first and foremost to the most fabulous legal team in the country, and that I have the Kāhui legal team, but koutou katoa, Dixon Law, to the legal teams that support Y381 in particular, tuku mihi ki a koe, for putting together, for putting up with everything, all and sundry. I thank you to the tribunal, te kai whakawā, koutou katoa ngā memo o te tribunal, for staying with us, Linda, who not on the screen today, but I know who has obviously been part of the panel from the get-go as well, to my co-claimants, and for the privilege of having Hope join us as to represent the League, and that recently that has added to the chain, and brought with it enormous value, which comes of the legacy of the League. And I feel that this week more than any other week has been really Mida's week. Yeah, she gave so much, and I think this week we have just tipped the iceberg, really. And in this beautiful whare where she spoke in 1993 about sowing the seeds that would bring the greatest good for all people. And I believe that that's what this claim has, the enormous challenge in front of us. But, you know, we stand on her shoulders and the shoulders of all of those wonderful people that she raised, really, that she raised, the village that she raised. So I want to thank everybody that gave evidence this week. I sort of put my out of office on cheekily at the beginning of the week and thought, no, I'll be able to duck back and do a bit of that. But I've been basking, as Mira would say, in the reflective glory of mana Wahine. So this week has been that, so thank you. It's been absolutely awesome having the week with Donna and with Paparangi, and we don't get a lot of time together in our busy lives, but this week has been an awesome time to be able to bond again. And to dig the fight up, there's a lot more fight in us left yet, so thank you. And thank you, I think, to also the partners that came. Matero, you're here in your own mana, but always that support. I know that Alicia, your Tane has come, and I think that that's absolutely awesome. Abby, thank you very much for Aprehama coming on Tuesday to tautoko us and your pepe. So thank you, and yeah, just 2 words. Ngā mihi. Kia ora tātou katoa. I thought that might end on a bit of a note from what Monty Suter referred to at the commemoration of the Waitangi Tribunal, the song that Donna wrote at Waitangi in 1971. So don't know whether or not, Hidden, or whether or not you know all the words. Anyway, Annette does. How much longer must we wait for the rights that we should have guaranteed us at Waitangi to our seafood and our land? But how long will you treat us as though we can be ignored? Can't you see that we are angry? We are angry and we won't wait any longer. When you say that we are equal, you mean that we must become brown skin, brown eyed, black head, Pākehā, our Māori tanga gone. But we won't let you do it. We won't let you complete cultural genocide. We won't become assimilated to the Pākehā, assimilated, degraded, faded to the Pākehā. Toi tu te triti.
Tērā pia kua pau te wāhanga atu ko te mihi me te whakaaro. Ka nui anō ko e rā kai kōrero tokorua. Nō reira, kei te pai kia tātou kia tuku atu te Māori o te karakia ki te haukainga o tira kia koe tū. He wāhanga anō ki te whare kai, engari te wāhanga kai a koe ki te whare o tumu e renga waka.
Toi ngā tikanga Māori, toi te mama Wahine, kia tūturo ki te kamaua, kia tīna. Tīna. Au e, hui e. Tai ki e. Tātou ki kō.